And the microphone's on now. Thank you, Gringotts. Thank you, Gringotts. Thank you, Gringotts. As we always say, tell the streamer as soon as you can tell that there's something wrong with the audio. Just tell them immediately. Thank you so much, Gringotts. Hello everyone. My name is Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I see quite a few familiar faces in chat right now, which is always lovely, To give a little preview for tonight's stream, my plan for tonight is to do calligraphy. This is a calligraphy stream. I am going to calligraphy and calligrapho, and that is my plan. I am planning, yes, that is what we will be doing. I will say up top that the chatting might be a little bit abbreviated. The just chatting portion of the stream might be a little bit abbreviated. We'll see how I feel in a few minutes. But I had a pretty frustrating day and not a very intellectually stimulating day. Just a day of paperwork and being on the phone with administrations that made paperwork errors that it is now my responsibility to correct, even though it was somebody else's error. And I'm reasonably sure it was because of vibe coding. There are some errors that involving paperwork with me that are virtually impossible to exist in other contexts. Vibe coding would make them very sensible. A vibe coding related error would make them very easily understood. Yeah, I won't tell too much of the details because it could be a little bit much, but basically a government agency doesn't believe that my birthday is my birthday. That is basically it. And so now they think they're accusing me of doing. One agency is accusing me of doing fraud, and another agency is saying that the other agency is doing fraud, and now it is my problem. And I just don't understand how that error can be made with standard databases. It's an error that can be made with human transcription, but is usually fairly easily corrected. But if you have a very high degree of confidence in your vibe-coded nonsense, the error will replicate over and over again, and so that's I am that was my day, normally when I have normally when I am off stream, right, normally when I am off stream, what I like to do with my time is, I like to read books and academic articles, and my Blue Sky is actually a pretty decent source of finding good material to talk about. Even though Blue Sky is a largely unpleasant experience, I have made the somewhat wise decision to follow primarily academics, right? My feed on Blue Sky is dominated by ancient and medieval historians, and so it's pretty easy for me to find an article that overturns an assumption I had been operating off of, or that unveils some interesting new archaeology, or tells just an interesting story about some of our collective ancestors. So it makes it fairly easy, and then today I basically spent it either incandescent with rage or trying to sleep. My insomnia has also been kicking my ass very badly. My insomnia has also been exceptionally bad. I think I will be able to turn that ship around in the coming days, but it has been a substantial burden that you know, I've often been like yesterday I got on stream with just like a few hours of sleep, and even in order to do that I had to cancel an appointment I had in the afternoon and reschedule it to tomorrow. It's an appointment that I was excited about too. This was not like a work thing. This was a match of infinity. I was actually really excited about it. I was actually very excited about it. It did give me a little bit more time to gnaw on my list a little bit more. But you know, yeah, it did give me the chance, which is not necessarily a good thing, right? It's not necessarily a good thing to over prepare. You know, you get into loops, right? You get into cognitive loops. And instead of what I was hoping to do, which was have like two pretty different army lists available when I show up to the table and see what my opponent picked, because that's standard tournament format for Infinity, is that you make two lists, you learn what the mission pack is for a tournament, and then you make two mission lists, and then when you show up to the table, you make a choice, right? You learn who, like what faction your opponent is playing as, and then you get to choose your list at that point. And among those two, instead I have like 8 lists, and I need to like, and they're kind of all over the place. It is also something of a question, right? And it's something I emphasize fairly frequently, that a lot of things in your life that feel overwhelming become a lot easier if you do them frequently. And it's not just because of practice, right? Like practice matters. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an additional effect where the import of pre-planning declines as you do something more often, right? I'm talking not very coherently. That's not very much what I'm going for. So to use an example I think is a little bit easier for me, right, is cooking for other people, okay? Cooking for other people. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. If you're cooking, I didn't get in the hellos already. We're at 20-minute mark. Wow, I keep on starting stream a little bit early because I want to, I am a little bit, I don't like it. That's because I am. Holy crap! See. Thank you, folks. I should sound better now. Okay, I should sound better now. Wow. I didn't even think about that. At least you can hear me. I actually had the mic muted at the start of stream, so that's actually 2 marks against me. 2 strikes, 2 VTuber strikes, 2 scuff strikes. One more strike, and they shoot me, I guess. One more strike, and I guess I just go over to sock for the entire stream. And I just sock for the entire stream. One more scuff, and it's sock mode. Let me get in the hellos, but thank you so much, Wasteland. Thank you so much. Let me get in the hellos. Let me scroll back a little bit. Hello to me. Hello to Seribot. Hello, Theo. Hello, Madhur Mimi. Let me give a quick shout out to Madhur Mimi, the elf who studied Japanese. And hello to the goddess Cyrene, and welcome in thank you for the first time chats. And hello, Flatulence Incarnate. And hello, Tohu. The P in my next commission. My next commission involves a Cadel P, and Cadels always require a lot of thought on my part. This is actually a really prime example of what I was talking about, where the more you practice something, the less stressful it becomes. And hello, Mix, and hello, Yumi. It's a pleasure to see you. And hello, Gringotts, and once again, thank you, Gringotts, for the assist. And hello, Hugatree, be a target, and hello, Rifter, and hello, Wasteland Mad God, and hello, Sabork, and hello, Saint Kazin. He goes to the farm upstate. No, don't send me to upstate. Don't send me to Yonkers. I can't handle Yonkers. I definitely remember pissing somebody off by calling Yonkers upstate. I don't even know if it was Yonkers. I think it was Poughkeepsie. I think he called Poughkeepsie upstate and it pissed somebody off. I have personally gotten to the point where my boundary for upstate is like when you run out of subway, right? When you if you can't take the subway somewhere, it's upstate. At least going north. If you go north enough that you cannot take the subway anymore, it's upstate. So it's New York is upstate, the city, and Long Island to me. The three regions. Live in upstate Louisiana. I don't know enough about how Louisianans think about their geography. It probably... there's literally only two things that I can recognize in Louisiana, geographically. Hello, Coalbounds. You're not supposed to request Coalbounds. I get to do it. Yeah, you can't have subways, that's for sure. Oh, okay, I was thinking, like, north of New Orleans. New Orleans is, I know two locations. I know two locations in Louisiana. I know... New Orleans, and I know Angola. That's all I know. I only know those two things. Like yeah. Oh, I forgot about Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge does exist. That is the name of a city. I would not be able to point to it on the map, I don't think. It's on the coast, right? Baton Rouge? Like, it's also in the Mississippi Delta? Oh, damn, okay. Then I don't know shit. It's on the river? Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is about, like, yes, Madre Mia, it's very much upstate New Yorker memento. Yes, extremely. Extremely new. I'm extremely a New Yorker, right? It is my adopted homeland, but I am a very enthusiastic patriot of my new homeland. Of the motherlands, the motherland of Brooklyn. I honestly, like many people, I feel a lot more allegiance to New York City than I do to, well, for one thing, New York State, but also to, you know, the United States in general. Oh, is there a reason to believe that Madre Mimi wasn't feeling well? Was there a reason to believe that? I am sorry if I missed something about you feeling sick, Mimi. But also, Alright, I'll do squats. I didn't run today. My sleep has been so terrible that I've fallen off of running, which is probably making the sleep worse. So, squats. I kinda wanted to do push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the left leg done. Now the right leg. Well, I mean, so this Coalbounds, squats are particularly good for me because that's like the main thing that makes my knees feel better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Upstate was like Albany or the Catskills. I mean, the Catskills absolutely are. I've spent a fair amount of time in the Catskills. I've actually spent very little time in Albany. It's kind of surprising. Actually, it's not that surprising. I fairly frequently had good reasons to be in Albany, and then I just figured out excuses to not go because it's a pain in the ass. I knew some people who didn't mind doing it, so I was just like I would have like business in Albany, and I would just be like, "Hey, can you just like do this for me?" And people like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Cool, I'll bake you a cookie." Like, or do some paperwork for you. Follows the borders of the ancient coastline. It's called the drop or the Nat line. Interesting. I think in the case of New York, it feels slightly more justified in that like literally half of the state lives in the city. So like if your dividing line is like around the Bronx, is like if your dividing line is like about the Bronx Yonkers line or like above Yonkers, right? Then like it is actually kind of like 50-50. It's roughly half of the state in each. In terms of population, which is usually the more useful dividing line. But yeah, Mimi, somebody in your chat was intimating, was like implying that you were Australian, and I was like, that doesn't sound right to me at all. If Mimi's Australian, she has the most American Australian accent I've ever heard. I just I would say usually it's 150 points. 150 points, 200 points, and 300 points are the standard ones. But I would love to see it, Wasteland. If you wanna send it to me, I am not that good. Okay, I want to be clear here. I love Infinity, but I am not super good. I get the impression that I have a pretty decent grasp on theory. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought was happening. I was like, Mimi is like Mimi has like an incredibly American accent. You and I, it's you and me, right? It's you and me. It's the D-Gen sleep schedule, as we call it, right? We're just Americans on a very D-Gen sleep schedule, so we hang out with Australians all the time. Yeah, we just talk to people in Australia and Japan constantly, but we're not ourselves Australian or Japanese. Yeah, no, this is. I think people, and Sotek, right? There's a couple of us. Sotek is also streaming right now from, I think he's U.S. Eastern. He might be Central. No, he's Central. I think he's Texan. I think he has, in fact, made the worst decision that an American can make. The true nightmare for Americans, being consigned to our grand open air prison of Texas. But yes. I could have, but I was definitely like, it didn't seem likely to me, but I can think of a New Zealander who streams who has just like an American accent. He just like, this would be Neb. Neb just like has an American accent. There's like one or two words, where he sounds like not very American. Admittedly, most of the Kiwis I've met have relatively American sounding accents. Not like completely American sounding, but it usually is pretty American sounding to me. I remember meeting a Kiwi in New York, and I was able to figure out that she was a Kiwi just because of her uptalk, which usually makes you sound Californian, but New Zealanders have a similar. It's a little bit less obvious. I'm doing the California accent right now by putting a little bit of a lisp on it. But the New Zealanders have an uptalk. They uptalk a lot. So, Coworkers in the following: U.S. East Mountains, Austria, San Marino, Indonesian, East Austria. That is awful. That is awful. I am currently having enough of a headache by the fact that my work meetings are in 3 time zones. And I don't even know if I should count myself as being on Eastern time, because I am consistently not awake during during US East business hours. That is actually pretty rare for me. Man, I run it like it's Eastern still. That's very fair. That's very fair. And hello, Warthrone. Hello, Warthrone. But yeah. Well, I guess what the most interesting thing I kind of had to say for myself was Oh, a second, let me clear out some things here. I've got a bunch of garbage in here. I gotta. Oh, I'm gonna give myself an absolute conniption on I have my Firefox set up on my streaming computers, and is a nightmare. It's fine on my laptop. The way I'm doing web browsing on my laptop, where I've got like 1,000 or so tabs open, is fine. But I have lost the thread on my on this computer. Firefox is a web browser. It's a web browser. It's very much still around. It just sucks more, and I need to stop using it. No, Firefox is a web browser. It's extremely still around. What was the system that got taken away? Many of them. Google Circles. It was a web browser. Internet Explorer got killed. Proper Internet Explorer got killed. Yeah. It was actually really funny. When that happened, this was actually super funny. My workplace, when I was still in the office, my workplace had several pieces of software that only worked with Internet Explorer. Like, they literally would brick if you used anything other than Internet Explorer. I'm extremely Tremere. Completely Warthrone. Completely. We did no preparation. We did absolutely no preparation. There was nothing. There was no preparation whatsoever. There were just several computer systems that we could not use for like weeks. We did no prep at all. We just took it on the chin completely. We just completely ate it. We just let it happen, and then I just showed up to work, and I had to deny every job task that involved any of those softwares. I mean, in terms of, I feel like Vampire, I feel, I don't know Old World nearly as much, it's a World of Darkness reference, Warthrone. World of Darkness is a tabletop role-playing game system. Yes, it is a fantasy thing. Yep. I will be blunt. If you want to learn about it is an RPG system that is, that is very fractured, is very annoying to figure out. It is like D&D. It is a historical competitor to D&D. This is the actual way you play it. This is the actual answer. This is the actual answer. Setting up tabletop role-playing games is a pain in the ass. I would generally not recommend trying to play Vampire the Masquerade. I
I think it maxes out at like a C. In terms of systems. Yes. Well, okay, actually, this is actually, Warthrone, this is actually much funnier than you think it is. This is actually much funnier than you think it is. There are thousands, if not millions, of competitors to D&D. However, none of them make any goddamn money. None of them make any goddamn money. However, so this is really funny. So none of D&D's competitors are like making enough money to be like a serious challenger. However, D&D also doesn't make any money. D&D also doesn't make any goddamn money. D&D basically loses money. All tabletop role-playing games is like the thinnest margin market on the goddamn planet. Nobody's making any money. Yeah, they're still losing money on that. Like, Wizards is using D&D as an entry, as a loss leader to get people to play Magic the Gathering. That is what is happening with D&D. It is a loss leader to get people to play Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is basically keeping the entire company afloat like 10 times over. Oh yeah, extremely. Yes, Magic is extremely lucrative. No, Magic is incredibly lucrative. Yeah, Toe's pretty much got it. And in the case of D&D, it's actually really funny. I don't know how true this is today, but I know that 7 years ago, Critical Role, which is an improv company. This is an improv troupe that plays D&D and does improv skits while playing D&D. They made more money than D&D. Like them by themselves were like 30% of the entire market share of all of tabletop role-playing games. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is incredibly lucrative. Yeah, Magic is very, very lucrative as a product line. Yeah, it's like Pokemon cards. It's like Pokemon cards. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, the other tabletop role-playing games like do not make money. They really do not make money. The reason why there are $1 million that's like secondary market stuff that's really weird. The secondary market stuff is always secondary and collector markets are insanely weird. They don't interface well with normal corporate environments. Oh, no, there's many Warthrone. Oh, okay, they sold for a shit ton. Yeah, I don't know about that one. The really expensive MTG cards are all really old. Yeah, the company doesn't get money from the secondary markets. They tolerate the secondary markets. Tohu might know more. I don't know. I don't know what... Tohu might know more about this because Tohu is actually pretty good at keeping up on like the business end of nerd culture stuff, which I actually rather enjoy at Tohu. I'm actually really, really grateful because I don't tend to look into it very deeply. I just kind of check up on it. I just kind of like check the poll. I just kind of like, it's like the Are You Winning Son? I just kind of like look it up like once every like decade or so. Yeah, D&D has had some good art over the years. D&D has had some pretty good art over the years. I am familiar mostly with third edition. Yeah, there's been a flattening. Yeah, it's gonna be collector stuff. Secondary markets are crazy, and different companies have had different perspectives on how they deal with their secondary markets for their products. So in like some secondary products are some companies have like actually kind of encourage their secondary markets, but usually the norm for business owners with regards to secondary markets is to view them as parasites. That's kind of the norm. Oh, that'd be cool if he did. 80s is quite early. I did not play D&D in the 80s. I did not play... Well, it also has to be... Yeah, it's... Yeah, it has to be in good condition. You know, because there's a lot of them that are in very poor condition. People don't want those. The monster manuals might be worth something. I don't know. I don't know. I did not play until 3rd edition of D&D. Well, time to go do some eBay research, Warthrone. You have some eBay research to do. Dang, thank you, Tohu. Thank you, Tohu. Magic the Gathering is weird about the secondary market. Basically, they care and use it, but pretend they don't. Yeah, yeah. And like I said, different companies have different relationships with this. Have different relationships with this. There's I am not surprised that LEGO has a very strange relationship with it. It's... Yeah. Oh, they brought Brinklink the main marketplace. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I was really expecting to say, Theo, that, like, they bought it and then just shut it down unilaterally. Because, like, that's fairly common, right? Is to, like, buy it and then shut it down unilaterally. They could have done the substantially more evil thing, but probably capable thing where they just charge huge transaction fees on the secondary market. Yeah, Tohu kind of has it. It's, like, really hard to tell. Fletchins Incarnate, that sounds like a shit post. I, like, actually kind of don't believe you. I actually am like, that doesn't sound real at all. That sounds completely insane. That sounds like something that was happening at your elementary school. Excuse me. Excuse me. Nose got clogged up there for a second. Sounds real to you? but they go bad. They go bad really fast. They're not stable. They're not durable goods. Secondary market for non-durable goods is crazy. Oh yeah, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. Yeah. That kind of thing. Yeah. Loved Pink Star. The real sign that I would not survive in the army. I have never loved a starburst. It's Nap. It's Nap. Hold on. Shout out to Nap. Shout out to Nap. Shout out to Nap. How are you doing, Nap? How are you doing, Nap? Yeah, we are talking about some moderate historical stuff, but yeah, the actual link all the way back was World of Darkness is a competitor to Dungeons and Dragons, and it was a big one. This actually has a kind of interesting history. In the 90s, I would say in the 90s it was the most prominent one. I would say in the 90s was the most prominent one. People talk about GURPS, but GURPS was never that prominent. Or Shadowrun. Never that prominent. World of Darkness was pretty prominent in the 90s. Oh, Warthrone, thank you for subscribing. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. This is a viewer-supported channel. It's a real kindness of you to let me know that you enjoy what I'm doing. Well, now you get to dance. Now you get Almantas dance. You get the power of burst. Yeah, well, I mean, it went back and forth, right, Tohu? It went back and forth. It's sometimes earlier in its history, it was pretty dominant, and then D&D has a history of very severe business mismanagement across multiple companies, right? Across multiple companies. multiple different companies have bought D&D and then fumbled it. It's had different areas of like ascendance. Yeah, but like 5th edition has been enormous for them. 5th edition has been enormous for them. Several companies were mismanaged. Yeah, so Fork Founding Kitchen, yeah. 4E was a big downturn. 2nd edition was fairly popular, but also so incredibly poorly mismanaged that it just kind of turned people off of RPGs in general. Particularly like later 2nd edition and a lot of 3rd editions. Because 3 and 3.5 had a lot more competition from World of Darkness in particular. Shadowrun was a lot more successful in the 90s as well. I'm trying to remember what was the other one that like had any sort of meaningful market share. But 3.5 was actually a pretty big jump. But a lot of what happened with World of Darkness is that World of Darkness is extraordinarily poorly mismanaged. To the point that the question of what edition of World of Darkness is current is actually not an easy to answer question. Like, I am not joking you about this. It is not actually clear which edition of World of Darkness is the current one. There are 3 competing editions. There is new 2nd edition, old 5th edition, and 20th anniversary edition. Is actually kind of hard to tell which one is the one that people are talking about. If somebody says, hey, I'm starting a vampire game, a World of Darkness vampire game, it's actually, oh, come on. There I am. I'm back. Nope, I'm not back. Am I back? It says 0 kilobytes per second. It says 0 kilobytes per second. 3 kilobytes per second. Okay, looks like we're back up to 4,500. Looks like we're back. Network connection problems, baby. But yeah, D&D, hype train, lovely to get a hype train. Lovely to get a hype train. Yeah, and 19, so things like D&D, if we're asking like the type of game, yeah, Grogner's gonna grog. But even if you're being in Grog, the Grogs still get to compete over 5th edition versus 20th anniversary edition. Hello, Stressed Owl. Yeah, the Grogs still have a lot of fighting to be. I personally was a big I always preferred Chronicles to preferred New World to Old World. I always thought it was just better made. Yeah, exactly, Flatulence. Yeah, Requiem and Masquerade are running in parallel. There's a Requiem 2nd edition that I think is the best one, but there's a 20th edition. I think and it's really confused. It's actually like so bad that like the group of Grogs that I follow, and I haven't checked on them in years, but so I should say that I was following. I think it was like they preferred Vampire 20th anniversary, and then it was like, for Werewolf, you preferred 5th edition. For Mage, you used 5th edition. For Changeling, it was like 20th. It was insanity. Yeah, no, I mean, Warthrone, you should be out of your depth because it's a pain in the ass. It's such a pain in the ass. Why is the P hard? Because Cadels are difficult. I'm going to be working on Cadel Ps. Yes, Tohu's cut through, yeah. There's a bunch of types of vampires. They are functionally the character classes, right? The various types of vampires are functionally the character classes, but they're much more abstract than D&D character classes. Yeah, I think, you're listening to a person describe, oh, Hold on a second. Okay, no, you're not getting audio bleed. Okay, I thought for a second you might be getting audio bleed. Where even is that tab? One of my tabs activated and I can't find it. Genuinely thought I closed that tab. Good lord. Cadel. Cyberpunk is Cyberpunk is its own series. They're pretty old. The original Cyberpunk is quite old. I can't really remember. Yeah, they're different stereotypes of vampires. I'm trying to remember what all the clans are. Honestly, if somebody accused me of being a Bruja, I would actually accept that. I would accept being accused of being Bruja. If somebody accused me of being Zamichi, I'd be like, what is wrong with you? But no. If they did, they're crazy. Cadels are much more annoying. Cadels are much more annoying. Cadels are like genuinely some of the more difficult ways of writing. Oh, that sounds lovely. Wasteland. Yeah. I can't remember, and especially because I played New World. There's only 5. Yes, it is. Bruja is a word from Spanish. Bruja is a Spanish word. It's like in Spanish. I think it's a word that kind of implies like a tough guy, is my understanding of it. Yeah, and I think an Asamite was deprecated. Asamite is now the Banu Hakim. Are Deva even in Old World? Yeah, they're all over the place. Oh yeah, there's Setites. I forgot about the Setites. Yeah, the Gangrel's arguably the most famous one. I feel like Gangrel and Ventru is the actual famous one. Yes, Cadel's very old. Cadel is very old. I'm a calligrapher. This is going to be a calligraphy stream. Yeah, it's such a mess. Apparently they added one called Ministry, which I'd never heard of before. Nosferatu. Nosferatu are the ugly ones. Nos are the ugly ones. Ventru are the rich ones. Ventru are the rich ones. Ministry of Setites. Okay. Okay, that's actually not that hard. They're just Setites. Okay, I got that. But yeah, there are actually the point is that there are actually a lot of D&D competitors. I am actually really partisan about this sort of thing, about tabletop role-playing games. I have very strong opinions. Yeah, Giovanni was one. Giovanni was very funny and stupid. Giovanni was so dumb. Yeah, they're rich and Italian. They're rich Italian necromancers. Yep, rich Italian necromancers. They're mafia stereotypes that do necromancy. They're just the good fellas that do, not the good fellas. They're the Godfather doing necromancy. Toreador is the most, has got to be the one that makes the most sense to describe your average vampire player as, because Toreador is the like hypersensitive histrionic artist. Toreador are the theater kids. Partisan does not strictly mean rebel. It can't. Partisan is a kind of flexible term in English, and it can mean that. It can also refer to just, and how I'm using it here is that it's a person who has very strong feelings on one side of a debate. Hello, Jazz. How was your concrete? Oh, Kirill! Kirill, I just used a shout out right before you got here. Yeah, it's communism time. Hello, 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 hello. You actually came in at an opportune time. I'm gonna use a snooze here. You actually came in at a pretty opportune time here. How was your stream, Kirill? How was your stream, Kirill? We are talking about tabletop role-playing games at the moment. Yes, we're talking about vampire astrology, exactly. Hello, Artsbarian. Hello, Orc Vibes. Hello, Devatar. Hello, Kiro. Hello, Xenoburbs, which is a great name. I've never seen... that's a great name. Hello, Galahuse. Hello, Bingus Pole Tooth. Hello, Raiders. You played Dark Souls. You don't care for the game? Oh, I'm very bad at Dark Souls, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoy Dark Souls. I'm really looking forward to getting back to it. But yes, I was just going to get started on this. I was just going to get started on this. This is Batard, which I don't stream as often, but I actually like a lot. We're going to go to ads after this, but I'm going to get your name in on the ledger because I'm being good and organized. Tremere Malkavian and Zamichi, that's harsh. Kirill is doing pretty well. Oh, you're neutral on it. You're neutral on it. That's fair. I will say I think if I played it off stream, if I evaluated my experience with Dark Souls as a game, I think I would consider it okay. As a game to stream, I loved it. I love streaming it. But that's because of the ways that, like, streaming changes your experience, right? With some pals, it's been good. Excellent. What system? What system? Yeah, I was just kind of saying I was getting to I was getting to kind of like my big point about TTRPGs, which is that I'm an intense, obnoxious hipster about TTRPGs. I have really obnoxious hipster opinions about TTRPGs. Almost misspelled rating. I almost spelled it roiding. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, which you are seeing me do right now. This is my main art form, is calligraphy. And let me I am less familiar with hybrid. My big RPG preference is... Oh, and also I should say Rem Morea, thank you for the follow, and Genosake, thank you for the follow. It's a loud Warth one. It's allowed. It's true. My big one is I'm a really big Apocalypse World fan. I think Apocalypse... I think most of the really good TTRPGs ever have been made by Vincent Baker. Is kind of my feeling. I'm a huge Vincent Baker stan. I think my... Oh, it's Time Cube for RPGs. That's pretty funny. Because there is an RPG about hybrid creatures called All of Their Strengths, which is based on Blade. It's based on the Blade, the Marvel Cinematic Universe movie, my favorite MCU movie. And it's fine. I think it actually does get to the level of there's too much certainty in the resolution system, and so there's not a lot of drama or risk management. And so the experience of it is actually pretty flat. Even though, like, I was playing like a a like fishman mummy. A fishman mummy who really liked Jersey Shore party culture. Playing an orc wizard who wants to see his husband again. That was one of my favorite characters I ever played was in Dungeon World. I played an elf barbarian that was a con man, and a huge percentage of his whole arc was that he had been expelled from his kingdom for tax evasion, and he missed his husband. His husband did not miss him, which I thought was very funny. I thought it was really good. So a normal guy from New Jersey, yeah. This is one of my favorite Fs in calligraphy. We're going to the ads soon, but I want to make sure that Kirill got to see this. For my folks, Orc Florist is also known as Kirill. Kirill is very cool. Kirill is very, very cool. He's a big gay orc, and he knows a lot about cameras. And he knows a lot about music. Yeah, I will say, Kirill, I played my character to be an asshole. I was playing a dick. I was playing a total douchebag. What's a music? Exactly. And Kirill has good taste in comics. Tiefling Bard is a con man as douchey and fun. Yeah, that rules. I love the Artemis too. I am very happy that it is going. I'm really praying for their safety, and their success. I care enough about I care enough about Artemis 2 that and that's why I played Kerbal Space Program yesterday. Was that I watching us go back to space, to far space, has made me feel a certain way. It made me emotional. So I played Kerbal Space Program yesterday and went to the moon, and did a flyby of the other moon. So I think I'm very happy about Artemis 2. You like wine a lot. Yeah, a huge percentage of the DMs that Kirill sends me are pictures of different IPA cans that are local to his region that do not distribute where I live at all. Yes, we are going, off tanks, get ready. We're going to ads in a few seconds. Let me give a quick actual shout out to Kirill. I should have done that. Orc Florist. Weirdly, as I stream, I drink less. I don't entirely know why that is, but as I stream, I drink less. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's because I'm like happy more often. I don't think so though. Like I usually drink when I'm happy. I don't usually drink when I'm sad. I think it's that my sleep schedule is so messed up that I don't want to drink because it makes it harder for me to sleep. I think is actually what might be happening. I think that's actually what's happening, is that when I think about drinking these days, I am just like, I get anxious. I get anxious about thinking how it's going to affect my sleep, is like my main emotion around drinking these days. I'm like, oh, am I going to be recovering from this for like 3 days? Okay, we are going to ads. I will see you all in a few moments. I'm going to get up and stretch and get some water.
Aardbarien just subscribed voor 7 munts.
And I'm back. Hello, Romar. Hello, Romar. No riots for you. I made a rule when I left the army to not drink except in person with friends. Yeah, I am happy to drink not in person with friends, but it's really rare that I have ever drank in my life when I was just by myself. It's not never happened, but it's usually been like, I did have a Scotch period of my life. There was a period of my life when I was like really into Scotch. And so I had like, I would pretty regularly have like a snifter of Scotch, like a half shot. A dram is the unit of measure. A dram of Scotch, like after dinner. I do like the taste of Scotch a lot. I really like the taste of Scotch. But I really didn't get drunk very often doing that. Oh, you freaked me out for a second. I was like, I don't see a raid in there. Was there a raid? Also, Art Varian, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the 7 months. As I say, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you. I am very... your supports, your donations is what keeps these things together, And out of curiosity, folks, yeah, I don't like that, actually. Like, I don't even mind being drunk. It's just like, as a drinker, when I drink, I tend to get more effusive and more friendly. I don't tend to like other ways that people describe being drunk don't really happen for me. I never want to drink when I'm in a bad mood. For the most part, when I'm in a bad mood, I actually have a pretty healthy, what I think is probably a pretty healthy coping mechanism, which is that I do chores that I don't like. And it's entirely possible that it was on my side. I did lower the bit rates because I was having a lot of bitrate problems. Also, this is a question for my own edification. What program do people use for media management for their music? On my phone, I just use VLC, and VLC works perfectly fine. But on desktop VLC isn't really set up for that. And I just kind of want to have like a music program. Foobar 2000. Okay, that's tempting. That's tempting. That's tempting. Just use YouTube music. So the reason why I asked Tohu is that I fairly frequently use YouTube, but I cannot stream YouTube while I am streaming. I cannot, it will crash the stream. Same with Spotify. I also just don't like Spotify, so, you know, and I prefer to own my files, right? Honestly, most of the time when I'm listening to music, my internet's down anyway. I don't know why I don't need to do that. I don't need Light Moxkun to be on. Okay. Also, I don't like when a song I like gets removed from YouTube, which happens with some frequency. That makes me very upset. So... Alright, have a good lurk, have a good lurk. This is what is meant by Cadels, by the way. I don't like this one at all at a very basic level. This is not the trick. This is not the ticket at all. Taxes done. It's honestly, I am currently very annoyed about my taxes because they've taken up an enormous number of hours of work and they are very small. I owe the government very little money, and they are making it very, very hard to give it to them. Okay, and let's... Okay, and... awful sports betting ads. Oh my goodness. I keep on meditating about the sports betting ads. Because like one of the things that one of those things that I've noticed about myself is that I appear to be basically immune to AI advertising. Like I just like see AI ads, I'm just like, this is asinine. This is so dumb. But the sports betting ads like actually kind of get me. Like the sports betting ads like are kind of like effective on me, where I'm like, I think I could make money off of this. I was like, no, I can't. Like, Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Sabork to save them from the sports betting ads. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. It was an anonymous gifter. It was an anonymous user. There is an anonymous Good Samaritan in our chat that appears to be quite generous, and I'm very grateful to them. And I must say it is really tempting to my sense of curiosity to try to speculate on whomst it might be. And but I know that that's not appropriate. I know that that is not what they want, and so I'm not going to speculate. But it is really tempting. And of course, in all fairness, it is entirely likely that it is a person who does not chat, right? There's no reason to believe that it is one of the chatters. I know that for every chatter, I've got like 2 lurkers, if not more. If you make too much of my own, then they cut your credit line anyway. Yeah, no, it's not worth engaging with. This is no good. This is no good. Oh my god, stressed. Oh my god, stressed. That is dreadful. That's upsetting. So I've been doing Cadels with my C3, and so now I'm doing with the C2. Yeah, that's definitely a benefit of I'm not confident about this one either. This is just like a column, right? This is just like a messy column. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it. Well, it's kind of a tax on the poor, right? It definitely falls more on the poor, but it's not as much of a tax on the poor as like actual flat taxes, right? Like actual flat taxes are substantially more regressive. It's like a filing fee is like a substantially more a tax on the poor. I might go back to this. It's not like my favorite way. I don't in general prefer this method of making Cadels, but I think I got better results. Yeah, Coordinate Profit is the big one, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's no, yeah, I think people probably know this around here, but the main form of theft in the United States is wage theft. OT violations by themselves, like, completely swamp out every form of theft that we actually prosecute. Yeah, wage theft is... Timesheet violations are so huge, by the way. Timesheet violations and OT violations are so big. Like, I really think that people need to start treating OT violations like somebody broke into your house. Like, if your boss is like starts doing like OT violations to you, you need to like pull a fucking gun on them. It's like you need to cast that should be covered by cast OT violation should be treated like castle doctrine, is what I'm saying. They should be covered by castle doctrine. Yeah. Hello, Dante Daedalus. In your day, you could just throw hands. I mean, it's always been the fundamental nature of power, right? That the being a powerful person means that you get to escape the consequences of things that other people do not, right? Like, that's the nature of power. It's like what it's there for, which is frustrating, but is also a sign that like it needs to be attenuated, right? Welcome to Anarchism 101. I'm kind of circling this style rather than this style, even though I think this style 99% of the time produces better results. I just doing it with a straight is not really good. I mean, we live in an unsettled time. I would say Tohu Bohu. We live in an unsettled time. I mean, that is a Marx thing, right? There's the Marx thing that capitalism is the author of an untold and unprecedented unleashing of human potential and prosperity. But that doesn't mean things can't be better. Yeah, that's like the thing I keep on thinking about, right? Because I'm so much of like an ancient history and nerd. It's just like the stuff that we were doing before was so bad. You sent you the first couple of lists? Oh, excellent. I hope you don't mind if you're still here. When I will inevitably get frustrated. I will inevitably get frustrated with what I'm doing here. And I might use that as a break for for doing something else, right? Yeah. I mean, asbestos. Has anybody ever thought about the fact that we used to call asbestos mountain leather? There's something about that as like aesthetically that like feels insane to me. Asbestos is the most like fantasy setting ass like material on the planet. It's like, yeah, it turns out that if you dig into the mountains, there is like the fur of what appears to be the fur of ancient giants, and it is a miracle material that protects you from fire, but also poisons your lungs. Right? Yeah, Ram Moria. Yeah, it's completely like that. It's insane. It's like this is like the sort of thing that like produces like liches. like this is like an actual like you are making like a deal with like eldritch mountain gods are either making a horrible deal with you or they are cursing you for disrupting them. Yeah, Mercury's another one. Mercury's so handy. And yeah, we put out the fire, but at what cost? I mean, the thing is, like, we know what cost now, right? Like, we know enough that we can say what the cost was. Okay, I kind of like this form. But this form is still not doing anything for me. I kind of like this part. I kind of like this component. I don't like this one. That's crazy, Tohu. Oil is the most Lovecraftian. Oil is the most Lovecraftian material we have. This is true. This is true. Also, it allows you to do the most like weird. Mercury allows you to do the most like weird piece of like chemistry pedantry, which is that actual proper mercury is pretty safe. Like elemental mercury. I shouldn't say proper. Elemental mercury is relatively safe, but mercury oxide is incredibly dangerous. And this is like, this sounds like an important point, but it doesn't actually matter that much because mercury will oxidize if you leave it out. Like it's kind of like a dumb point to make. It's like, yeah, sure. If you are using mercury in an inert atmosphere, it will be safe. How much of your life are you spending working in inert atmospheres? Yeah, Wasteland Mad God. Yeah. I've talked about this a little bit on stream before, but you know, to talk about a kind of big deal issue right now, I think electrification is going to accelerate pretty heavily in the next couple of years. Mostly because of the Iran war. I think the Iran war is going to spur some increasing electrification. At least in America. Europe's desire to do oil and gas subsidies is like genuinely remarkable. Yeah, hat making shops are not inert environments. This is very true. Boss didn't know you couldn't just throw them in a regular dumpster. No, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. That's stuff that I grew up knowing. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep, I did know about that. I know about super fun sites, yeah. You wish the figurehead of electric automaking was a far-right grifting shit. I know, right? It feels insane to me, Wasteland, because, like, Teslas are bad cars. Like, they're, like, really a bad auto manufacturer. I am, like, actually kind of amazed by how bad they are. The ground under a park was a fun site. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I would actually also hello Oops Noodlo. And hello Nagi. Hello Nagi. Let me give the shout out to the snack. To the snack. And it's actually hold on. Nagi Nagarunski. How is the snack? How is snack? I am doing some Cadel work, and it's so far going mediocrely. Oops Noodlo, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. But yes, I would actually say that the bigger problem, Wasteland Mad God, the bigger problem with Teslas as a vehicle. Oh, I like the orange link a lot. I like this orange link a lot. This is it's Nihongo no. Stuff is really good. This stuff is really good. Definitely my preferred practicing. But yeah, the biggest problem with Tesla is that they are paying 2/3 of prevailing wages for making cars. That is actually the biggest problem, is that I think they moved mostly to Texas, but for a long time they were paying less than 2/3 of Detroit wages to live in California. I don't care what else you're doing. You're not going to make a good product if you're doing that. Like, you just can't. You're going to make a bad product. I did not. I actually have 2 bottles because I left it on Throne for too long, and because I bought a bottle and then somebody bought me a bottle on Throne. So I actually have a ton of it. It's actually my most prevalent ink right now. That's a little more like fart noise. But yeah, this is looking okay. Actually, this is kind of getting there. I'm not sure about this part down here. I think I may have just fucked up. I think if I did a good job, this would look better. But I think this is actually kind of getting there. This is really bad. This one's kind of getting there. I think I need to go down a little bit further. I think it needs more height. In general. Oh yeah, I mean they should be coal bounds. It's I mean just in general, larger companies should be held more accountable to the laws that they violate. I just kind of feel like it's not a good system and not sustainable to just not penalize people for breaking laws. Apparently we can just do whatever. Shoulder-mounted trebuchets would be, I would recommend against that one. Oh my god, I just came up with, like, the most evil business idea Sorry, I just got struck by the spirit of like absolute evil capitalism. Yeah, fines are ruinous to companies would be a good start. Yeah. Yeah, Coalbounds is talking about a pretty common practice in the American West. Us on the East Coast don't see it as often, but it's a pretty big practice in the American West. That's pretty vile. Okay. Okay, my evil idea is small, consumer-grade, recoilless rifles. I'm pretty sure there are states where you can sell that. In case people are not familiar with why this is evil, shoulder mount. I was actually specifically thinking shoulder mounted recoilless rifles. So, if people are not familiar with this, recoilless rifles inflict insane amounts of brain damage on the end user. They are... It is like playing an entire season of NFL in 5 seconds. They just liquefy your fucking brain. Yep, exactly. Yeah, the force it gives is sent back. Yep, that's how they don't recoil. That is how they don't recoil. It's not that there's no force, it's that the force has to go out the back. Recoilless rifles, St. Kazan is worth pointing out, are using throwing a lot more energy than a regular bullet. A recoilless rifle is not like 5mm, it's like 40mm. And the amount of force involved is exponential. With the radius. Yeah, it's they can be fairly small. You can make pretty small recoilless rifles. But yeah, they are traditionally a poor man's anti-tank weapon. Is their kind of traditional role. Yeah. So with a regular rifle, right, a regular gun, the recoil goes right into your shoulder or into your wrist. And yes, they were designed in the 40s to go on Jeeps as rapid anti-armor response. They're kind of an evolution of, like anti-tank, like those like those small anti-tank guns, like 75mm anti-tank guns that you see in World War II movies. They also are kind of an evolution of that. Like a lot of the use cases for recoilless rifles was like infantry ambush and delay squads to oppose armored fighting vehicles. Please do, Wasteland. Please do. Please do. Please do. The liquid brain. Okay, yes. Okay. I took a very quick look here. Yeah, it's a launcher. Yes. Yes. Is a long. It is like a tiny artillery piece. Florist is nearly a plant. Oh my goodness. Okay. What is Wasteland sending me? Oh yeah, I've seen this before. This is a very funny piece of equipment. I'm gonna show it on stream. I gotta show this on stream. I've seen this before, but it's worth doing. It's worth showing again. The anti-tank Vespa. The anti-tank Vespa. I will say that within the field of goofy pieces of military equipment, I don't actually hate it. Like, I do not hate this. I think that there are obvious, significant improvements to make of it right off the jump. But recoilless rifles are often, like, dismount ambush weapons. Maybe. The more important part is that you can... I think that's... I don't think you can ride it. I do not think that you can actually ride this thing. Like, ergonomically, I don't think this is rideable. Just from, like, an ergonomics perspective, I do not think a person can actually meaningfully ride this. I think that you have to walk alongside it. Right? I think you have to walk alongside it. And what this really implies, right, is that there's a superior version of this that uses a sidecar, right? Like that's like actually just kind of like already better if you just have it as on like sidecar mounted, or even just have the gun, the barrel mounted on the side, right? Like both of those are like quick improvements. Yeah, mount for covering distance and dismount for firing. Yeah. Like this is what I mean. Like I said, like the ergonomics of this are such that like you can't really actually ride it. And this is like a classic. This is actually a classic form of military engagement, right? Is things like dragoons. This is how dragoons work. This is how dragoons work. It was drivable. I would not want to drive it. You fixed inflation. That's very funny. I'm kind of figuring out how difficult it would be to drive because you are lifted substantially off of the average place where you would be like putting your feet. It would be very difficult to like use your feet in any way. As well as backwards and not through the body. It's more like it's around you. I don't entirely understand the mechanics myself, but my understanding is that it's more like it's around you. It is like having a circular explosion in front of and behind you that radiate towards your head. The net force is close to zero, but the forces are still there. And they are not zeroed out before they hit you. Anyway, I thought this was cute. I like this thing a lot. Okay, there's no foot controls on a Vespa? Okay, I thought there were foot controls. I was like, how do you even do this? Yes, there's a shockwave through the air. That is correct, Green Guts. Hello, Sid. Hello, Sid. Hold on, we've got a crew. We've got a crew coming in here. The Chosen Giraffe. How are you doing, Sid? It has been a moment. How are you doing? For the readers. Wow, I really put the mustard on that one. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy, which is what you are seeing right now. I do calligraphy, which is what you are seeing right now. I also play goofy, weird video games, I almost said Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which I haven't played on stream, but I probably should. Kerbal Space Program. Tomorrow I'm playing Timberborn. Give me a second, Colebounds. Give me a second, Colebounds. But thank you for rating. How was your stream? How was your stream? For my people, the Chosen Giraffe. I hope that I'm not mixing you up. Please tell me if I am. I believe I recall you are a writer. You are a writer. And I believe you just put out a script for a NSFW audio, and you are looking for male performers. Am I recalling that correctly? So, if we have any male VAs here who are interested in that kind of work, hit up the Chosen Giraffe. I am not. I was not planning on it. I feel my voice acting chops are quite bad. It is a skill that I've thought about and I've thought about working on, and it's actually frustrates me very intensely, so I haven't. But yes, I hope you were having a lovely stream. What were you doing? What were you doing, Sid? Oh, have a good night, Tohu. Have a good night. It was a really pleasure to have you here. Oh, we're gonna run out of space here. I did not count on how long. Oh, I also spelled your name wrong. We can correct. Did not count on. Did not do the letter counting right. I should have thought harder about this. I thought because they're easy to pronounce words that they would be short. And thank you for the gift sub, Drifter to Water Bag. That's very kind of you. Hold on a second. What were you doing? It looks like I may have missed a message. The Shooting Star Festival. Hold on. Let me. This is why I have two windows open to chat. Yes, Waterbag, you now have access to dancing. You can now dance and tank. You can tank. You romanced a cute farmer at the Shooting Star Festival. Is that Stardew? Is that Stardew Valley? It's been a while since I've done that ligature. It looks funky. Mystria. Okay. The Chosen Giraffe. Are you in my Discord, Sid? I feel like you were in my Discord. Let me take a look here. Do I see the Chosen Giraffe in here? That's Chocolade. You are S. That's Tippa. I've disabled streamer mode. Okay, you're not. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's honestly, I'm almost always in about 200 Discord servers, even though it makes it hard for me to find things in Discord because then I can find people for DMs. But yes, again, thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Also, hello Sharkray. Hello Sharkray. Hello Sharkray. Japanese Twitter is funny to me. Japanese Twitter is very funny to me because they use emotes in a way that I think is completely baffling. I think they use emotes in a way that I think is extremely baffling. All right. All right. All right. You shall now lurk. I think I'm going to actually use the bathroom because I need to use the bathroom really, really badly. I need to use the bathroom really, really badly. I might do one more of these. So for the raiders to kind of catch, and anybody else who's come in recently to kind of catch people up on what's going on here, I have been working on Cadel Ps. These are a kind of display capital. Cadels are an art form that, or a calligraphy technique that I didn't use very much, for a very long time, and I now include them in my commissions. So I kind of need to get better at them. Right? This is the best one so far. Yeah, it's not even close. This is the best one so far. So far, this is kind of a mistake. I kind of thought I wanted this to be taller, but I think I made it taller here, and I think it's worse. Obviously, I did a bad job on this primary knot right here, this topper knot right here. Okay. I'm going to use the bathroom very quickly. I'm going to run ads early because we've got ads in 8 minutes, and that's enough time that I feel fine running them at that point. We're going to be on the BRB screen, which is mostly a fan art gallery. So either that or you'll get ads. If you do get ads, feel free to snitch on them to me. I will find that fun and interesting. But we're going to run the ads early so I can use the bathroom. Everybody stretch, right? Everybody stretch. We'll be back in a few moments. I'm back. I am back. I am back. Why am I an almond? Because it's a cute art of me. It's a cute art of me. Is a cute art of me. Okay, hold on. I need to check something in StreamerBot here very quickly. I need to check something very quickly in here. Trigger those. That all works. Model silly. I'm just double checking something here before I mess things up here. Okay, so pause state shouldn't matter. This shouldn't cause any problems. We're going to turn on the almond. We're gonna almond. We are going to almond. It's possible I don't like this one as much because it starts lower. So let's give this another shot. Because this is not actually that different from this one. Top row third in top right. Is that this? Hold on. It's third from the oh, this one, the knot side. Okay. Let's try that. So first, let's start off with the topper knot. Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, I did a bad job on that topper knot, but that's okay. Let's go a little bit higher here. Seeing the control with the loosening shape just Yeah, I've gone nuts again. Okay, let's see. I don't think this is the worst idea. I kind of still like this one because I like doing these sinusoids. I like the sinusoids. I like the way that I like sinusoidal shapes in general. Like the star thing. Yeah, I think this one's actually pretty good down here. Yeah, no, the P's and R's are very similar in terms of how I write them. I tend to use very similar structures for my P's and R's. I tend to do them pretty similarly. I'm also just kind of like not locking in very well. Which is fine, to be honest, because we're conceptualizing here rather than executing. We're testing, we're experimenting, we're seeing what happens. Right? So if stuff doesn't work, I consider that pretty acceptable, right? I am fine with that. Yeah, settle a 9-volt worm. Exactly what's happening. Flowing shapes are smoother, and actually, coal bounds, I really like. Part of why I really like doing flowing shapes over like more rigid linear shapes is that they're just easier. Like you make them more reliably with your hand shape. They have a lower skill floor. The skill floor for Gothic is really high. Now let's try this again. So let's start a little bit lower here, right? Give myself a little bit more breathing room. And then let's... I think I made this a little bit narrow here, but... No, I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, Coalbounds. As an aside, this is the actual point of this, is that there was a commission for this. And you can see how the more sinusoidal stuff is kind of like preferred from like a legibility and stuff. Logic. Hey Wasteland, are you here? Cause I think I'm gonna let myself think about this for a second. I'm sorry, Coolbound is like you're really on one, but I think this is something I need to like let sit for a second. So I'm going to well, I'm gonna take a bit of a pivot here. You like this one? I think this one's a little bit illegible. I think if it was like another like, no, I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. I actually really appreciate it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep going for a second. Oh, hold on a second. t- 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 oh. Made focaccia, excellent. It's kind of weird to make focaccia that's not vegan. Like, I can understand why somebody might put, like, I guess, milk or egg in it. Yeah, this is a commission request. I'm not gonna submit this. I am not happy enough with it. Also, hello, Nate. Hello, Nate. Good to have my good friend Nate here. I actually never really played the Pyre game. Needs to learn how to make focaccia without olive oil? That sounds really hard. Are you trying to make it without olive oil because that's too fatty or because you have a specific olive allergy? Garlic, rosemary, and tomato. I do garlic, rosemary, and basil. And sometimes oregano. I don't know, I kind of go nuts. I kind of go garlic, rosemary, and then just like Italian stuff. Allergic to olives? That is brutal. That is so brutal. Olive allergy is so rough. Yeah, I don't know what you do. Okay, hold on a second. Oh my goodness, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. So the thing is, like, you can substitute other oils, but depending on what you're trying to cook, you'll get different effects, right? In the case of focaccia, it's really challenging. I can say that if you're trying to get the, that golden effect, I find coconut oil is really good for baking. For baking and getting that, like, golden brown effect, I find coconut oil is actually really good. You kind of want, like, relatively high heat oils for that. Sesame oil might itself be good. Things like olive has a specific taste. That's the part that makes this tricky, right? Is it like you're trying to get that olive taste, and you'd want it to be refined coconut oil, not unrefined. Unrefined coconut oil will taste really different. It'll taste very weird. Grapeseed oil. That's a pretty good choice. Okay. There's not nothing here. There's not nothing there. Ooh, avocado's actually a good choice. Congratulations on the straight A's, Stressed Owl. Congratulations. That's lovely. Stressed Owl has made some really good fan art of me. If you've been watching the fan art gallery, there's some very beautiful pieces by Stressed Owl in there. Doesn't Evo have a pretty low smoke point? Non-virgin olive oil tends to have a pretty high smoke point. This was my memory. Yeah, avocado. Yes, avocado does. Yeah. Avocado's smoke point is 482F. Refined olive oil is between 390 and 470. That's huge. That's a huge variation. Yeah, extra virgin gets as low as 370. Yeah, that makes sense. Usually unrefined is going to have lower smoke points than refined. Because that's part of like what the refining does. This chart is a mess. Holy crap. This chart is a disaster. I'm on Wikipedia. This is a disaster. Safflower is ranging from 225F to 450F. That's nonsense. That is nonsense. I just don't trust it. I just don't trust this chart. Yeah. You don't want the smoke point to be super high for a focaccia. Because like you're baking at 450, right? You're baking about 450. You do actually want it to burn a little bit. So I think virgin unrefined might actually be avocado oil might be the one to go with, actually. That actually sounds like a really good option. But yeah, so extra virgin is going to be like 400, and like you're baking at 450, yeah, you do want it to burn a little bit. Otherwise it's just gonna be greasy, right? If it doesn't burn a little bit, if you don't get like any burning, you're just gonna have grease. You just have greasy bread. I don't think that there's nothing here, but I kind of like this one more still. I kind of like the swoops. I kind of like the swooping a lot. Bread is the one thing you can cook well. Then good luck. I find bread to be challenging. Not like in general, but like to just like make a basic bread I find not too challenging. But to make like a really good bread I find pretty challenging. Compared to stir fry is the technique I feel really comfortable with. And hello Furosindras, if I didn't say hello. And hello Wonder in the Dark. I definitely didn't say hello to you. I apologize. Definitely didn't say hello to you. Oh, thank you, thank you. I mean, it's not really a big deal, right? It's not really a big deal. You can't really make out any facial details of me. You can just kind of tell that I have a lot of hair. Yeah, I will probably... That's a good call. It's a good call. Hello, Blue Rose. Hello, Blue Rose. I'm probably not going to do too much with composition while I'm here. I am mostly just... Because I'm planning on doing the... Yeah, guy with hairy arms. I have a lot of hair. Yeah. Some guys have hairy arms and are bald. I'm mostly just showing this to show like context, but I'm probably just working on the P for today. I am going to make a brief aside. Thin to thickened up. Exactly. I'm just gonna make a very brief aside. So like I am doing Cadels, and the kind of quantum of Cadels is this. Right, is this... This is a true Cadel, and it is kind of like the quantum unit of the whole system. So, this and this are actually the same shape. This is the thing that this is the thing that's like the real trick to this whole thing. This and this are actually the same thing. And so that's like a lot, and so is this. This are all the same thing. These are just rotated. This is rotated and bent. But these three things are all the same. And so that is kind of like the art of Cadels, is figuring out how to embellish them and warp them into making the letters you want. This is not the only way of doing Cadels. This is also a viable form of Cadels. I just kind of don't like it as much, if I'm honest. It's just the parallel stripes thing I can get into, but the like the tassel ribbon interior thing is like a common technique, and I never quite enjoyed as much. I never quite enjoy it as much. Oh. As copies in Paris, BSI in London, ANSI in DC. I think I am settling into actually liking this shape. I think this is my best execution of it, but I think in general the form I like. So let's see, I want to start it like here. And then pull down. And let's see, and then we want to create a little top there so I have something to grab onto. Pull down, come across. This is the thing I find hardest about working with this is the thing I like least about working with these dip nibs. And Let's see. What's that's a funny oh, you only know how to bake. Oh, sorry, I missed that you said stress out. You only know how to bake garlic bread because you finally taste one of the stores. Garlic bread's pretty easy to make. It's the way I grew up with my family doing it was you take a piece of white bread and you slice it up a whole bunch, and then each slice you butter, and then you cover in garlic powder, and then you reassemble it back into kind of the loaf shape, and then wrap it in foil, and then bake it. But you start off with bread, right? You start off with already made bread. You start off with already existing bread. Okay. A little bit wet. I think I did a good one there. And then we want to go across here, right? Lost the plot here for a second. Lost the plot. This is bad. Mistakes were made. Did okay over here. Did mess this up. Just literally made mistakes here. Just literal actual mistakes here. Hold on a second here. By roasting garlic and spraying on toast. Roasting garlic is so powerful. The main reason why I don't do it is because I just love regular garlic. I will eat like nearly raw garlic. The majority of my garlic consumption is like close to raw, right? Is like I used to mince garlic. I've just like completely stopped mincing garlic because it cooks too thoroughly. It cooks too thoroughly. I am going to take a bit of a divergence here. Also, quick question: should this be art or just chatting? Art, just chatting, or reading and writing? That's just kind of I'm just kind of curious. Like I kind of tend to choose it at random. You think art? Okay, I tend to use arts. I'm biased towards arts for this. I like doing reading and writing occasionally as the stream category, but I do feel like I get a lot of people who come in and are kind of disappointed, that are a little bit disappointed that they came in here and the they came in here and like I'm not like giving like fantasy writing advice, right? Like they're looking for like fiction writing advice, and it's like that's cute and all, but like it's not what I do. It's not what I do. But actually, Wasteland Mad God, do you mind if I do like a little critique of your list? We're gonna take a title divergence, but I'm thinking about this, so I want to do it while I'm thinking about it. Go for it? Okay. So, what? That's not that's Firefox. I want Chrome. Give me Chrome. There we go. Okay. 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 So, this is an army list that Wasteland Mad God made in Infinity. So we're going to be talking a little bit about Infinity because I like Infinity a lot, and Wasteland, I've inadvertently caused Wasteland to get excited about it. And so I'm going to be talking a little, this is a military orders list that he made. It's the first list that he made. Thank you very much for sharing it with me. I have critiques, but it's worth saying I am not an expert. I am currently on a hot streak of like 6 wins in a row, but that doesn't mean a lot because that includes like a beginner league. So I think I have a good handle on the cores of Infinity. I also think I got some lucky breaks. I shouldn't even say the cores. I don't know. I think my core skills might actually be weak. I think where I'm stronger is probably like theoretical knowledge. I think I've got a pretty good theoretical knowledge base. Okay. So this is what he has given me. It is a 150 point list, with 4 models. They are a Seraph and 2 motorized Knights of Montesa and 1 Knight of Santiago, with a killer hacking device. That is the lieutenant. So we've got a killer hacking device, lieutenant, a paramedic Knight of Montesa, which is on a motorcycle, and then another Knight of Montesa. And then, of course, a Seraph. And the Seraph is taking up literally half of the points in this list. So I'm going to talk about some big level stuff, and then I will work smaller. The big level thing that is not obvious if you haven't played the game, if you're just thinking about the game, you haven't really played it, there's a huge defining thing about why Infinity is different, is that this number up here, this is the order count for the army. This is the actual fuel of your units being able to do things. Infinity is not a game where each model moves once. Each model can spend any of the regular orders in its combat group. And so this means that this army, the kind of ideal, the way it looks to me that the way that this army would work as a theory is that the Seraph, which is a very, very mobile piece, this rule right here, super jump jet propulsion, is extremely forgiving. Having super jump jet propulsion and super jump 3 inches combined on an already 6 move piece means that the Seraph can basically be anywhere on the map shockingly fast. And more importantly than just having the ability to move places on the map in general, it can just jump straight up, and that allows it to get plunging fire lines on things that you think are in total cover. So that is kind of my read of the theory of this list, is that the Seraph is going to go up into the middle of the map and then go straight up in the air and just rain fire on the map. That is my read of how this is going to go. That is my read of how this list is planning to go. Which is, if the mission is Annihilation at 150 points, is not a bad plan at all. It is not a universally strong plan. There are a couple of things that can shut that down pretty hard, because Infinity is a game where there's a lot of strong counterplay. But as a basic plan, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. The biggest weakness, and the Seraph is actually, I think, pretty good at a 150 point level because it's got relatively high close combat and martial arts. That's actually pretty valuable. Tags are basically mechs, and a lot of tags in the game can be shut down by mediocre melee threats because they just can't kill them. Even like poor melee threats can shut down a tag surprisingly well. Just by like, you just take a basic guy with like a basic rifleman and they start trying to wrestle a tag. There's a reasonable chance that they will just ruin that tag's day. Not necessarily kill it, but stall it out, which is pretty bad because with a tag, you really need them to get a lot of work done. If your 74-point tag spends half the game just sitting there flailing incompetently against a guy who's worth 10 points, that's a really good trade for your opponent. So the fact that this thing can actually stands a pretty good chance of killing not really good melee units, but like anything that isn't an exceptionally good melee unit is a genuine benefit. And a thing that is not obvious is that a 150-point map is really tiny. The game uses a smaller board size at 150 points, and at 150 points, it's just really claustrophobic. 150-point matches are knife fights. Machine guns and sniper rifles are basically useless in them. Shotguns are incredibly strong. Melee units will generally be able to get into combat with a level of reliability that they cannot in other lists. So let's get to the weaknesses, because I'm a pretty critical guy. The first big weakness is, like I said, you've got 4 orders. This red thing is a tactical awareness order, which only the Seraph can use. The Seraph has a bonus order that only the Seraph gets to use. And then you have 2 impetuous orders, which are... Impetuous orders are basically like a free move that really angry guys get to make. It would be the 2 motorized Knights of Montesa get to use an impetuous move. Impetuous moves are really restrictive. You cannot do anything. You cannot do everything with them. Impetuous orders are basically, you run directly at the enemy and you try to kill them. You cannot use your impetuous order for doing objectives, and you cannot use it for moving backwards. That is like the big limitation on impetuous orders, is that you cannot move away from the enemy with an impetuous order. It is actually quite restrictive. It causes units to leave cover all the time. I like impetuous. I use a lot of impetuous myself, but it is worth noting that it is not really equivalent to a regular order. It is not nearly as powerful as a regular order. Oh, the Binka Bear. Hold on. I'm going to change of pace again. And Matthew, thank you for the 16 months. Hold on. Shout out Babinka Bear. What were you doing, Miss Sunbear? At Babinka Bear. Babinka Bear.
Subscribe voor 16 months.
God, I'm never going to get over how funny Dutch sounds to me. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I have been working on my display capitals of the letter P in the Cadel formats. That is what I was doing. You were talking about Artemis too. I love that, Babinka Bear. I love that. I was so excited about Artemis 2 that I was playing a whole ton of Kerbal Space Program yesterday as like a celebration. I'm glad that you're talking about astronomy. Babinka Bear, for folks, she's got a cute little bear avatar. She is extremely Filipino, and she does a lot of educational streams, right? My streams I would describe as incidentally educational. Hers are deliberately educational. Hers are very deliberately educational. Zako VT and C Pullin, thank you for the follows. I have definitely been more cynical about space exploration the last couple of years for reasons that I think are obvious, but that picture of the Earth from the Artemis is one of the most beautiful pictures I've seen in my life. Babinka, it's so funny. I'm never recovering from I had a person on stream, and I asked them about a guest star, and I asked them about any like lines that they had, right? Anything that I needed to be careful about. And they said that they didn't really want to talk about like their background. That they didn't really want to talk about like their background or like that kind of thing. I was like, okay, that's fine. That's not necessary. I don't really know what it is anyway. So that's fine. And they kind of intimated that they had like been raised Asian American, and I just, left that alone. And then Babinka Bear raided. And I said, oh yeah, Babinka Bear is very Filipino, and she has a redeem for like Filipino snacks. And I always think that's a kind of fun way to learn. And then she my guest just immediately starts shouting in Tagalog. Just immediately starts shouting in Tagalog. It was so funny. just completely reversed from where I thought she was on this question. It was so funny. I was so caught off guard. I was so thrown. But yes, thank you for the raid. When you raided, I was actually taking a little bit of a rest break from it was Reina Shepo. I was taking a little bit of a rest break from doing calligraphy because the thing about exploring a new art technique is that occasionally your eyes just kind of go cross-eyed, and you need to kind of like weigh how you're feeling about it, right? I was taking a break to talk about a war game that I really like. Bodega! Okay. Never mind. I guess we're getting Bodega rated. Hello, the rat cursed us. How was the ASMR stream, Miss Rats? Bodega Rats. Hello, Bodega Rat. I just finished writing the thank you to the previous raider. Welcome in, Bodega, for the raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who likes old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is my main thing. I also am known to talk about ancient history. I really like ancient Rome. I've been on an ancient Rome kick for the last couple of years. And if you want a book suggestion about Roman history topics or military history topics, I have quite a few. They are academic. That's not printed out. No, this is my handwriting. I'm not a current professor of sociopathy. History of metallurgy, a medium amount. C. Poland, I would say a medium amount. Don't have any particular book recommendations. Agriculture, I've got more book recommendations. Metropolis and Hinterland for that one. Brett Devereaux's upcoming book about metallurgy in the Roman Empire looks really interesting, but I haven't gotten my hands on it. Let me say hello to everybody. Who just came in. Hello, Ophil. Hello, not John Stamos. Good to see you here. Hello, King Kodiak. Hello, Hinamazawa Victim. Always good to see you. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. Hello, Ika Ma. Hold on, make sure this. Ika Mom Sume. Okay, that threw me off. Hello, Maid Shady. A pleasure to meet you. Of course, hello to Bodega. Hello, George, as ever. George made a lot of my emotes. Hello, DD Frogs. Hello, Tita Titanium. Hello, I think I said hello to C. Poland. Greatest historical fiction video game. The greatest historical fiction video game is Pentiment. It's Pentiment. Check out Pentiment. Get on Pentiment, folks. Hold on, I need to... Pentiment's incredible. Salin Lowles, hello. Let me see, there's Pentiment's so good. Let me see if I can find the image I really like from Pentiment. Oh, come on, just let me see the image. Little bastards. Yes, here we go. This is so good. I love this image from Pentiment. You think it takes a brave man to commit a murder? I love Pentiment so much. I love Pentiment. If people haven't heard of Pentiment, it is a murder mystery set in 1400s Bavaria. The art is just like this, the whole game through. This is just the game's art. One of the things I really... it's mourning for Miss Gravestone because she's in South Africa. She's South African. So I am her like first thing in the morning stream. One of the things I love about Pentiment is that instead of voice acting, they use different scripts to indicate class position. So you can see, yeah, this is like an illuminated manuscript game, is what it is. It's an illuminated manuscript as a murder. It's a murder mystery inside an illuminated manuscript. It's amazing. The writing shifts in the game. Different people have different writings. So like Illuminata is higher class than Clara. So Clara is written in this peasant script. But Illuminata, who's educated, is written in this more scribal hand. And your internal monologue is in a scribal hand. Your internal monologue is in the scribal hand. Oh, they're using like the easy to read fonts. This is the easy fonts. This is the easy to read fonts. There are considerably more difficult to read scripts in the game. Here we go. This is a good image. This is a good image. This is a good image, right? You can see it's hard to see because it's like not zoomed in very well. The Rudiger is a monk. So he's got this Gothic script, and so is Illuminata. Illuminata has the Gothic. But Wojslav, who is an orderly in the monastery from Poland, he's got a peasant hand, and he is swearing in Polish. It's so good. It's so good. I love Pentiment so freaking much. I'm wondering if... There we go. Here we go. Final sell point on Pentiment. Final sell point on Pentiment. You can pet the dogs and cats in the game, but they're medieval manuscripts. They're medieval manuscript dogs and cats. It's so good. It's so good. I love Pentiment. Let me get Bodegas. I've assumed gone to bed. Yeah, it's the same director as Fallout New Vegas. It's Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer directed Pentiment. This is the only conversation I've ever had with a real game dev. Was Josh Sawyer directed me to some sources about what they used for deciding on fonts and scripts. So let me get in bodegas. Let me get in the bodega. The bodega. I assume that she has already gone to bed because this is super late for her. For my folks, if you guys are sleeping on bodega, you are missing out. Anybody who likes me should watch Bodega. Bodega is a fellow New Yorker. She is walking here. She is extremely based and cool. Thank you for the Prime, Miss Gravestone. Thank you for the Prime. This is a viewer-supported stream. Your donations and subs make this all possible. But yes, Bodega is a dear friend. I adore Bodega. She has very good taste in all sorts of topics. And she is completely normal about Shadow the Hedgehog. How do I want to do this G? How do I want to do this G? So I think I actually want to make it very similar to the E. Yeah. Yeah, Bodega. Oh, I'm going to run out of space at this rate. I keep on starting things way too far to the right in this one. Music Drummer, thank you for the sub. This gravestone is fine. It's fine. But the nerd shit is 21st century. Yeah. Most conversations here are a series of derailments, and thank you for the hype train. I am very easily derailed. I am. Somebody here said that I am the most easily derailed streamer they know, and that's like actually kind of alarming. Made Shady, thank you for the follow. I hope to see you again soon. But yeah, Bodega is usually a morning after. Is usually like an afternoon streamer in our time zone. She is. It's pretty common for me to wake up and go to a Bodega stream. Not sure about this R. Yes, they did see Poland. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I can show it off in a second. Let me finish writing this. I don't like how I did this. I'm gonna do this a little bit tighter. Not sure about this A either. I'm gonna do the other Betard A. And the Betard T I feel confident about. I'll show you in just a second. The Romans had a couple of handwriting fonts. The one that you think of as the what we call now a Roman style font, which led to like Times New Roman. I'm gonna move this over a little bit just so I write further to the left going forward. I am giving way too much left. Way too much. I'm like almost right justifying on accident, which is a very claustrophobic feeling. But yes, see, Poland, hold on a second. Give me a second here. I think this one's still got Sailor in it, which I do not like. I do not like the Sailor ink. This is what I've been working on tonight. I have been working on P's in what is known as Cadel scripts, in a Cadel style, really. Which is a type of writing display capitals, right? It's a type of writing display capitals. And this is for a commission. And I'm not confident in my writing of these, so I'm testing things out. Hello, Noir. Hello, Noir. Why are you exploding my apartment? I'm having a nice time. Okay, so, 11 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. That's normal bodega hours. Which doesn't usually overlap with me. I'm really glad that she got to raid into me. She doesn't get to do that very often. It's always very nice when she does. I really appreciate when Bo stops by. Like I said, Bo's a good friend. Bo, I adore Bo. She's been very helpful to me and very, very, very generous to me. She's always very nice. So let me think about this for a second. So the type of Roman script that you're used to seeing as like the one that's on like monuments and that led to Times New Roman, that type of script is actually really hard to write with a stylus. So I am using this is a metal pen, right, with a plastic body. Hold on, let's get some light here. This is a speed ball. The Romans would write with a reed. So it depends a little bit. There were a couple of writing techniques that they used. Reeds or bone that were sharpened to a broad, right? To a broad like this. They would use that to write on vellum if they wanted it to be really nice. Or wood if it was something quick. Or if they were really being quick, if it was like a ledger for business purposes, wax. They would write on wax. One of those really common artifacts that we find from Roman shipwrecks is a piece of wood with wax residue on it. The wax has almost always gone away, and they would write on that with like a stick. So yeah, they would use bone or reed that was sharpened to this kind of surface for like the most common type of writing. And I haven't written this in a while, so apologies. But it was called rustica. Yeah, vellum is sheep or goat skin. It's very expensive. Vellum is very expensive. Very, very expensive. Parchment is considerably cheaper and is still very expensive. But vellum is very expensive. It takes its name from veal, for like youth. You use child animals to make vellum. It is very expensive. Even parchment is considerably cheaper just because it's from adult animals. This kind of paper is basically a medieval invention. So let me think about this. It's been a while since I've written in this script. This is kind of the letter form that I think of as them doing a lot. Is this kind of like rotated? These kind of like flag rotations. And it's worth noting that I am not a expert at this script. I am fairly confident with Bastard and with Gothic. But the other scripts that I use, I mostly dabble with. So there. This would be how a Roman would write vellum. Yeah, papyrus. Papyrus would be once they were in Egypt. Yeah, parchment is animal. Parchment is animal. Papyrus is from a plant. And yes, you're right, music drummer. It would have been. As I like to point out, veganism. It's all caps. Lowercase letters are a medieval invention, and actually, C. Pollens, you're gonna. This is miserable. Punctuation and spaces are also medieval inventions. All caps, no punctuations, no spaces. Let me go see if I can find like a. I don't have a manuscript. I don't actually have a lot of manuscripts like just on hand. Let me see. Roman writing rustica. Let me see if I can find Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is what it looks like. This is from Wikipedia. This is from Wikipedia. This is just what it looks like. Also remember that J, Y, and U are all non-Roman letters. They are all non-Roman letters. So, you know, prima sera cosio dignata. See, this is a problem, right? I thought this said dignatai, and it's dignata est, right? Dignata est in de rever su nostram negere. You have to it is designed. This is a huge difference to me, at least, is that Roman writing is designed to be read very slowly out loud. It is designed to be read very slowly out loud, as opposed to SNF. SNF were in here. I actually kind of always forget what the I actually was wrong. Y is Roman. It wasn't Greek. The Greeks, it was like a Y is a weird letter. Y is like come back and forth. It comes back and forth. And yes, Wasteland Mad God is making a point. Yeah, parchment takes so much scraping, and it's easier than vellum. It's still cheaper than vellum. If you are working with these materials, right, you can see why, if those are the materials that are available for writing, why they would just kind of write on wax, right? But yeah, this is all designed to be read out loud very slowly. It is not really a writing format that is designed for, like, this is encoded speech. Okay, this is a thing that I point out fairly frequently, that this is writing that is encoded speech rather than writing as kind of its own language, right? Like, I am an editor as my other job, okay? In case people didn't know this, I say former professor. I'm not a professor anymore at all. I do editing. I edit for a publication, and writing is not speech. It is different. There are different things, and there's a lot of things that work well in speech, in spoken English, that work very poorly in written English. And so, the Roman writing is kind of just like a person speaking and then somebody writing down the sounds in sense. I'm sorry, in sequence, right? Just like they're just writing down the sounds as they hear them. And as this is not how we in English write, my speaking patterns that I am using with you guys right now are actually relatively close to how most people write, and my writing patterns are extremely austere. I am a very austere writer, as a rule. I'm like a very harsh and austere writer, and that's because I have intentions, right? I have intentions with that, right? My writing, I tend to be very austere because that allows me to land punchlines really, really hard. That is actually my focus. I'm like actually a very Douglas Adams inspired writer. And yes, actually, Music Drummer is actually hitting a very good point. Yeah, we write differently for printed articles than we do for broadcasts, which is also different how we talk. Yes, so you will notice you'll notice it more when you see like medieval writing. They are writing formats. Their writing format is designed for like speeches, for like formal speeches, not for common spoken Latin. Right? It is not for common spoken Latin. It is for like diplomatic missives. It is for diplomatic missives. That's cute, Wasteland Mad God. And so it's for like diplomacy. It's for speeches. It's for religious rituals. It's not for common writing. And so one of those pieces of writing advice that I am in constant rebellion against is the writing advice to read what you wrote out loud and see if it sounds natural. It's not that there's no application for this. The application for this is that sometimes people will write down grammatical mistakes and they won't notice that they wrote down a grammatical mistake because they wrote so quickly. Like tense agreement, right? Like people will write down like a tense agreement failure, or they will forget a connecting or auxiliary verb. And then when they read it out loud, they're like, wait a second, I forgot to write the word can in this sentence. Or like, wait a second, I didn't realize that I wrote the plural and then the singular, right? Like that's the sort of thing that's the sort of case where that's useful. But the case that a lot of people use it for, where they want their writing to sound like speaking, that's really bad. It actually reads horrible. If your writing comes across as standard spoken English, it actually is. It's miserable. It's actually really miserable. People cringe. Your readers will cringe. Please be very careful about when you decide to write things down in plain English. That is actually very difficult and advanced to execute on and execute well, and it requires an understanding of when that just sounds incredibly cringe. Anyway, that's some general writing advice. I think that some of these look pretty good. Thank you, Mix. I think some of these look pretty good. This has so far been my favorite. That was very cute, Mix. We are going to ads. I did snooze. I am an old man. I need to use the bathroom pretty frequently and stretch my back. Calligraphy streams actually murder my back and shoulders. So I will take this advantage. I will put those on the fan art screen. You can see some of the lovely, lovely fan art people have made of me, but I definitely need to get up, stretch, get some water. I will be back in a few minutes. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back, and we're back. I had a little bit of chocolate. Theo, I forgot what I was calling plain. I think I may have said plain English. As opposed to like elaborated English. Okay, I'm trying to remember like what the sentence structure I used was, because like plain English can actually kind of mean a couple of things, so it might not have been the best word for me to use. Plain English often means like jargon free, but here I was also trying to convey like free of affect. I probably should have said like standard spoken. Standard spoken would have been the better term. Standard spoken is the thing that I think will lead you to making a lot of really goofy mistakes. I like this ink a lot, but it is feathering a bit on this paper. I am in a constant struggle to find papers that I'm happy with. I think a lot of my problem was just like the Sailor black ink that I was using for a while is just not good for calligraphy at all. So let's do another P. Right, let's do another P. So we're going to start off with this Cadel knot. Okay. Start off with the Cadel knot at the top. And then... Yeah, well-written language is often pretty unnatural. And that's something that you have to, I recommend leaning into. Also, I think I didn't say hello to Salin Laws. It just kind of hit me that I think I missed that. So apologies. I apologize. That's rude of me. Okay, this is the part. I'm gonna try the tape method that the stripe method that I preferred before. All right, like this, and then. This is the trickiest part about Cadels for me, is keeping things parallel, but at close distances. It makes me think a lot about learning how capacitors work. The trick of capacitors as an engineering problem is to get them to be like to have gaps, but to make the gaps very small. I like this one. I like this one. So we've got like the knot form, and then we've got the parallels form. And I kind of like the parallels form more. I kind of like the parallels form more, the low contact form more. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I kind of prefer it, is that this is for a person who wants it to look fiery. This is for a person who wants it to look fiery. I'm probably the spacing is probably going to be a little bit different because I'm probably going to go up a nib size for the plain text, for the regular text. But it's a person named Pyre who wanted their name, and you know what? I'm gonna emphasize the fire a little bit more. Gonna make it look a little bit more flamey. Honestly? Okay, I need to redo this because the feathering is unacceptable. The feathering is unacceptable, but I think this might basically be the gist of it. Which feels nice, because my last commission took me really long. Hello, Kayu Kuma. I didn't recognize that you were here because there was a couple of other people with green names in chat. Hello, Kayu Kuma. Apologies. How are you doing, Kayu Kuma? How are you doing? Kayu Kuma is a scholar and a gentleman. Hello, Nanomancer. Nanomancer is a cat and a wizard. Or a wizard and a cat. As opposed to a scholar and a gentleman. He is a wizard and a cat. It's very powerful of him. Natural opposites. Yeah, natural opposites. Wizards and gentlemen, natural opposites. This is Made Shady. Isn't that like, that's like the plot of that fantasy series from a couple of years ago, right? I feel like there is a difference. I mess it up all the time, and he has threatened to kill me over it several times, so I'm going to not. I'm going to let Nanomancer explain. Nanomancer. You've inspired me. Yeah, it's a cat who is also a wizard, not a wizard who is also a cat. Nanomancer, you have inspired me. To give you a really bad suggestion that I know is just like not even helpful at all. What if your model had an orange cat alter ego? Modded Kerbal, I'm like wizardly as fuck. True. But I'm just thinking about the reputation that orange cats have for being exceptionally dim-witted. You can have an alter ego with the same general model that is a cat that is also a barbarian. That's orange, the orange boy. Your cousin from out of town. Yeah, the single orange brain cell. I love Niano's model. Made Shady. I love it. I love... I honestly really love VTubers who just, like, lean really heavily away from the human aesthetic. Babinka Bear's another one. She rated earlier. And it was... I like her model a lot. the freak tubers, yeah. I mean, I made shady. One of those jokes that I kind of make is that if I wasn't worried about popularity or about the fact that this kind of pays my bills, the model that I would prefer, that I would probably do something just like not even parsable as, not even like non-human, like not even parsable as an object. One that I was thinking about was like a series of JPEG artifacts that respond to my voice. Right? Like not even any particular art, just a series of JPEG artifacts on screen. Yeah. Like one of my first, somebody asked, Woody asked me like what would be like your true like insane VTuber idea, and I'm like, I would like to just be like a framework of cogs, just like a frame of cogs around the sides of like the way that people tend to have those chat interfaces where it's like frames what's happening, but like that would just be the entire VTuber model. Would just be like claymation cogs and gears. Just like a horrible machine that you cannot, just an incomprehensible machine. Inkwell is rigged. I could do a stream as Inkwell. Inkwell is my little guy, folks. This little guy. Mwah. My little guy. I'm gonna try something a little bit more extreme here. Yeah, I didn't play, I described the Pokemon Kling Clang. I have played so little Pokemon. Yeah, the tail's very cute. The tail's very cute. Yeah, I'm pretty low contrast. I am pretty low contrast. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do something here. Like, give me a. Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. This makes it a little bit easier to see because this is a little bit more contrast with Inkwell. The sweater is very low contrast. With Inkwell. Speaking of ink, oh my goodness, that's some feathering right there. That's some really rough feathering. I gotta wait to go back to Rat to talk about your model. I saw some of the fan art. There's no errors in here. I know a couple of the artists in that did my fan art fairly well. There's some. I actually Colebounds, who's chatting right there, made some of the really good. Made that really dynamic one. Yes, Ray Morea, I am definitely thinking about axes. I am definitely thinking about Bronze Age axes in this. I'm definitely thinking about old school axes. You are totally correct there. Just as an aside, Made Shady, this is my artist. That's my artist. Sensational has been amazing to work with. I primarily chose to work with him because he did male body types really well. I like the way he did male body types. Actually, I think, Mage, I don't know you very well, but I'm going to make a prediction that you are going to understand that one of the main male body types references that I gave to my artist was Gary from Venture Brothers. I have a feeling that you watch Venture Brothers. You're just giving me the vibe. The main reference was, of course, Uncle Iroh. Yeah, you see, I thought you would. The main reference is Uncle Iroh. The main headline thing I told my model artist is Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. Venture Brothers is a show that deserves the time that it was given. Venture Brothers really deserve the time that it was given. It actually does make use of all of its time. Like it is not a series where I feel like it like hit a point and then it just kind of keeps going for no reason, or that like it kind of runs out of steam. The specific reference image I did was him eating breakfast with the monarch. But yeah, I before I had this design, because Sensational did the entire design, right? I gave Sensational like a text document, basically. I basically gave him a text document. I gave him I technically gave him a PowerPoint spreadsheet, but I did not PowerPoint, not PowerPoint spreadsheet, a PowerPoint presentation. But it was basically a text, right? I didn't really have any drawings that I did myself. I gave him like some reference images, some inspiration images, but mostly it was my I gotta think about the length on this. The actual things that people told me when I started streaming and didn't like have a model was the few people who watched me was they said that I reminded them of, like I said, Uncle Iroh, but also Bob Ross, Carl Sagan, and Mr. Rogers. So that was like a lot of like what led me to the kind of artistic inspiration I was going for. And yeah, I went with Sensational because like he made the guys look beefy. That was the thing. I wanted to look thick. Not necessarily because I look that way, but because I felt like it was really important that I looked very huggable. I felt like it was very important that I looked huggable. All right, hold on. This is the thing I've been stalling on. I've been stalling on this. I need to. I was like trying to remember. I was like, I'm remembering something, but if you want to make fan art of me, that's basically my fan art guidelines. The only thing I really have as like a rule about fan art is that you tag it as Almantas on either Twitter or Blue Sky. That's like the only thing I really want. That's like the only thing I really care about. Gender swapping me is fine. Several people have done it, and some of those gender swap designs are really good. Different body types is fine. Different outfits is fine. I don't really have strong feelings about portraying me in lots of different like contexts. Nudity is fine. I even have a nude reference there. So far nobody has taken advantage of this, but it's an option. Nobody has done it so far, but I will not stop them. Oh. Okay, let's think about this. I'm gonna try some more variations here. Also very funny. Might be based on a Rogadin. I have played Final Fantasy XIV, not a ton. And very amusingly, I play a Lawful. I play a Lalafell. Need to do people studies, thanks. I should not be awake. Yeah, probably not, Colebounds. Well, hold on, it's not even midnight for you. Come on. It's only 1:30 for us out here in the East Coast. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want you to be, like, missing work to, like, watch an anime man online. That's a little bit much. But if you're feeling bad and I'm, like, giving you a little bit of comfort, that's fine. Crap. There we go. Let's try something a little bit different here. I kind of like this. I kind of like this. There is a little scrungly fan art of me. I feel weird being this, like, self-promoty, but there's a nice little scrungly fan art of me that is the only one that somebody's really taken advantage of with this. Let me see if I can find it. Oh wow, I forgot about some of these Miss Mochivus ones. Ms. Mochivus made me look really sexy. I have to really give her credit for that one. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, Peko Neko did a good one. Let's but there's one where I'm, like, really truly shirtless so far. Yeah. By Ridney. Okay, hold on. Let me put them up. So this is the one fan art that's, like, really me without clothes on. I really like this one. I like this one a lot. This one's really fun. The little gremlin, I love this so much. It's I'm gonna retweet it right now. Wait, no, okay, never mind, I can't. I'm not logged in on this one. But this one, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Oh, Sparkly Anarchy, you rated it at a very funny time. And hello, Akshi. Where Sparkly Anarchy goes, Akshi is soon to follow. Hello, Raiders. What were the two of you up to? For the Raiders, if you do not know me, I am Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I have been doing calligraphy. I have been specifically working on Cadel P's, racing Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh, okay, for a second I thought that there was, like, a racing game set in the Kingdom Hearts universe. I'm gonna portmanteau the two of you, because I think of you two as a unit. Essentially ended in a draw. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You would play Kingdom Hearts? I know so little about Kingdom Hearts. Okay, actually, I'm going to tell a very funny story about Kingdom Hearts, and then I'll do the calligraphy of you guys. I had a friend a younger friend, who was relaying to me this story that's about how he found out he was gay. This is a writer I know, and he was talking about this, and one of the things that he talked about was like, yeah, like part of how he like realized that he was gay was that he was from reading Kingdom Hearts fanfic, and it was this very tender heartfelt moment where he was, you know, being very. It was with a group of us. It was like 5 of us. We're like drinking, and he was like, yeah, I was like, you know, I grew up in like this conservative family, and like it was really like not something that like my dad would even like mention or consider acceptable, and it really took me like I didn't even realize like what this would feel like until I was like reading Kingdom Hearts fanfic. It goes on for a while, and it's a very heartfelt, very tender moment. And then like he stops, right? He gets to the end of his story, and he's like kind of clearly exhausted, and everybody's kind of quiet, right? We've got like all 5 of us are just kind of like, damn, that was really serious. And then like there's this silence for a few seconds, and I go, hey man, I'm sorry, but I've got a question, if you don't mind. Is it okay if I ask you a question? And he goes, of course, anything. And I go, do you understand the plot of Kingdom Hearts? I think this is the funniest joke I've ever made in my entire life. I think it's the funniest moment. I think it's the funniest I've ever been in my life. I don't think I've ever topped that. Which is why I tell this story on stream, is because I genuinely don't think. I already knew he was gay. I didn't know it was from Kingdom Hearts. And of course, he completely burst out laughing. He just lost it. No, absolutely not. Hinama's the victim. No. All right, the goddess Cyrene. Have a good night. Okay, I'm gonna do Akshi first, because I'm not sure I'll be able to fit Akshi and Sparkly Anarchy in the same line. Like fondling Pandora's box and then dropping it. But what is the plot of Kingdom Hearts? Well, okay, so my understanding of Kingdom Hearts as a person who hasn't played it is that there are 2 levels of understanding the plot of Kingdom Hearts. The first thing is that Kingdom Hearts, an enormous number of... Hello, Ogre Daddy. The first thing is that Kingdom Hearts has an enormous number of different events happen in it, and characters change constantly, and their motives don't always make a lot of sense. And there's so many characters. There's hundreds and hundreds of characters and cross timelines, and all this kind of stuff, right? That's one level of it, and that's the level where nobody understands the plot of Kingdom Hearts. The other level of understanding Kingdom Hearts, as other people have explained it to me, is that a bunch of shit happens and none of it matters. That's the other way I understand Kingdom Hearts. There's two Kingdom Hearts plot lines. There's an absolutely unmanageable series of things, and then there's just like that's just a bunch of bullshit. None of it matters. Just sorry, I'm just looking through I was just looking at the fan art gallery again because some of these are really good. The most insane fan art I got was stained glass. That was the most insane one I've gotten. Oh, hold on a second here. Oh my god, I was looking for a specific piece of fan art. Did I hallucinate it? I must have lost it. Holy shit, did I lose a piece of fan art that was really good? Fuck. I think I did. Holy crap. I might have to ask her for it again. I'd rather eat another car battery. Yeah. Yeah, RF Komos. Yeah, the actual craft. Grim Glassman. Let me give a quick shout out. Grim Glassman is, I think, on hiatus. Grim is, I think, on hiatus. He got pretty burned out, but he has stained glass of VTubers. I was one of the early ones. I think I was like his third or fourth. I think Pecora was the first. I think it was like Pecora and then Kari and then me, I think was the order. And he's done more since then, but I think that might have been the order. Yeah, no, Grim is very cool. As an artist, I really like Grim's art. Okay, and I'm sorry, but capital S's are actually my favorite. I do play favorites with my letters. My favorite capital is probably capital S. My favorite lowercase is W. Need some of you schmucks to get more W's in your names, so I can write more W's. I wish I'd eaten a car battery instead of spending 200 hours of my childhood playing Kingdom Hearts. Lol. Just making sure I get the right... Yes. Anarchy. Just making sure I knew that the A was capitalized. This is a French variation of Gothic, by the way. I like it a lot. No, that's worse. That's worse. I really like the lowercase w. I really like the lowercase w, and the lowercase w is not written like that at all. Okay, let's get you lined up again. For me, it just like kind of came too late in consoles for me. There was a period when I played console games that was really like the SNES. The SNES, PS1, a bit into the N64, and then like, there we go. There we go. One of the things made shady that I say that is a really fun way to make people feel really weird, that I really enjoy is, I love to tell people that, as far as I'm concerned, there are 3 mainline Zelda games. There's The Legend of Zelda, which is the first Zelda game. That's the old Zelda. There's the old Zelda game. There's the normal Zelda game, which is A Link to the Past, and then there's the new Zelda game, which is Ocarina of Time. I think it's very funny to say. I kind of believe it. I don't know how, like, literally I take it, but I kind of believe that. Bait used to be believable. I don't even think that's bait. Stress Al, have a good night. Have a good night. Honestly, Quincy, if I put, to me, the 4th Zelda is, the Game Boy one. To me, that's the 4th Zelda. The 4th, I have only played, I actually never played Majora's Mask. That's the big one that I'm missing out on. I did play Twilight Princess, but I kind of forget that I played Twilight Princess. I played original Zelda. Zelda 2 is the 2nd Zelda. The Adventure Link is Zelda 2. Zelda 3 is Link to the Past. Zelda 4 is the Game Boy one. Zelda 5 is Ocarina, and then I kind of stop. That's kind of like when I stopped playing console games, right? Like, not completely. Like, I did play through Armored Core 3, but that's kind of it for me. That's kind of it. No. It's just like those, like, the Zelda games that exist to me. I like legitimately, I've never played Breath of the Wild. I've never played Breath of the Wild, or I don't even know when Tears of the Kingdom came out. It's just because I'm not like a console gamer. That's all it really is, Mage Shandy. This is not actually like that crazy or hot of a take. I am just not a console gamer. I haven't actually had a console that I played more than like an hour or two of since the GameCube. And even the GameCube was like, I was like kind of like, I don't have the time or space for this kind of stuff. So I kind of stopped there. Okay, let's put that away before I get it dirty. No, those aren't even, are those even 3 different archetypes? There's like maybe 2 archetypes. All right, Ray Moria, thank you for stopping by. It was a pleasure to meet you tonight. But no, I'll do a lowercase w in Batard. I love the lowercase w Batard. Yeah, the big thing is that I'm a New Yorker. I don't have any space. I don't have any damn space. And so I don't have a TV. That's the Batard W. Let me redo it when so it's a little bit less feathery. A little bit less wet. There we go. I love the W. I love this W. I like playing console games at my desk on PC. Oh, please, Sparkly Anarchy. Sparkly Anarchy, you're here all the time. You're lovely. Please have a lovely night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for raiding. You and Akshi have a lovely night. I am grateful that I was able to, I was here for you. And yes, please have a good night. Please have a good night. It's a little bit too much ink. Yeah, it's a great one. It's a great one. This is Betard is a French variation of Gothic from the early modern era. I love it. I love it. It's absolutely my favorite script to write in. I do way more work in Gothic because it's just way more popular, and also Gothic is more marketable, and it's also harder. Like, Gothic is legitimately very, very difficult to write in. Because there's a lot of straight vertical lines that you have to keep parallel, and your hand doesn't actually like doing that. I don't know if you are aware of this, but the actual motion you make when you're doing this is that you're curling your fingers, right? You're curling things around joints, and so keeping lines straight and parallel with a bunch of curls is actually pretty hard. Much harder than doing curves. Much harder than doing curves. No, Cole Bounds, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Looks like it has a bit of thorns. Yeah, the reason why I try to avoid doing things with bleed is that I don't feel like I have control over it. And one of those things, I am kind of low-key, I'm kind of low-key a bit of a control freak. I don't really demand a lot out of other people, but I really actually like to have a lot of control over my space and my things. And particularly with art, I like to be able to... I place a high value on consistency, which is probably part of the reason why calligraphy is an art form that I've taken to in a way that I didn't with other art forms. Because calligraphy as an art form is much more invested in inconsistency. This is an interesting twist. This is kind of an interesting twist. I actually kind of like this. I actually kind of like this quite a bit. I think the star might still be better, but... and let's try going back to knots again. Let's try going back to knots again. And Wasteland Mad God, I always, like, I remember when Conqueror's Bad Fur Day came out, and, like, I understand that, like, this is, like, already post-Ren and Stimpy and stuff like that, and even arguably Tom and Jerry shouldn't have been shown to kids. But also, even then, I felt like Conqueror's Bad Fur Day was, like, kind of irresponsibly marketed. Was Conqueror's Bad Fur Day any good? I kind of got the impression that it was just kind of, like, boring, like, edgelord nonsense thing. Loved it very much for teenage crowd though. Okay. Decent rare platformer. Okay. Thank you, Quincy. Good night for real. All right, Rame. Well, actually, that's a good sign for me to drive off anybody who's still here from the previous couple of raids. I think actually I put. This is totally illegible. This is gibberish. This is nothing. I love it, but it does completely unreadable. I really like this one, but it's completely illegible. This at least looks like a P, but this is just a mess of knots, which I think is fine. Which I think is fine for Cadels. For a big display capital, I think that's actually fine. Swooped in at the bottom. I was thinking about that, Made Shady. I was thinking about that, like I think something like. Actually, hold on. That's like way more legible. That's like way more legible immediately. Now it parses. It's still like, I would still say like a 30% legibility here. Admittedly, again, legibility is not really that strong of a priority for calligraphy. It's not really that big of a deal if things are illegible. It's particularly if you look like Arabic calligraphy, like Arabic and even Chinese calligraphy can be completely illegible and still be very beautiful. It's about, making the words that you already live with beautiful, right? Making the words that you already live a life surrounded by the written word, and it's kind of about making that beautiful. It's kind of about making that beautiful. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Let me take a stretch here. I think I might run the ad early here. I kind of prefer to be a little bit ahead on ads. I don't know, it's just like a little bit easier for me. I get really stressed out when the ads are coming and I don't know when they're about to trip. I'll be back in a few moments. Let me use the bathroom. Everybody get up, stretch, get some water, and snitch on the ads if you get them. Hello, I am back. Got just a Domino's ad, got a weird one last time. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. So calligraphy always kind of takes a lot out of my back. So I'm gonna go back to looking at some things online for a moment, if you'll indulge me. So this is the aforementioned stained glass. This is the aforementioned stained glass. This is I don't have a physical copy of it. If Grim goes to Offkai, I might request that he bring it with him, and I'll pay him for it. Kari does have the physical copy of hers. I think it's 12 inches wide. I think. So this isn't like the size of a wall. This is like the size of like. This is like a little bit too large to put on a dining table. All right, I'm sorry, on like your table in front of you. But yeah, this is super cool. It's one of my favorites. It's so cool. I really like the way that he did the cable knitting. And yeah, like you said, Made Shady. This one's great. This one's great. I love how Pekko drew me. Also, I believe it was you, Made Shady. Sorry if I'm drawing a lot of attention to you. I am also a Callie Calico enjoyer. Callie Calico is my Oshi. I love Callie Calico. One of my favorite streamers. It's yeah, I'm a huge Callie Calico fan, and yeah. Yeah. What? What, is that surprising? Big enough to replace a broken apartment window. True. Yep, exactly, light switch. That one's I love when people resub and just spam that emote. You just know so much all of a sudden. I think she's really good at streaming. I think she's like really good at streaming. I think she's an incredibly talented streamer. I think she's incredibly talented and skilled. However, I am, as a matter of taking a break, I'm actually going to take a divergence into something completely insane and probably drive away everybody who's still watching me. Except for like 5 people. If Sharkray or, I know Matthew went to bed, I don't know if Sharkray is still here, but it's mostly for me and Wasteland Mad God. This is something that I was doing earlier before there was a bunch of raids, and the raids always take away my attention. I am a really big fan of a war game, a tabletop war game called Infinity. I'm a really big fan of it, and I've been competing in it lightly. I've been doing some low level beginner competition. Hello, Goroth. Yeah. This list is by Wasteland, and I'm just going to do a little bit of critique of it. Just to kind of like highlight some things about list building and like how the game actually plays in practice. And Wasteland's here, so we can do a little bit of back and forth. Not very even back and forth, but a little bit of back and forth. So here is this army that Wasteland has given me is a 150 point list. Normally the game is played at 300 points. 150 points is a standard value for like introductory games. I've played a lot of 150 point games, relatively speaking, so I'm way more familiar with the format than I should be. I'm way more familiar with the limitations of the 150 point list than I should be. So the biggest thing in Infinity, there's a couple of things in Infinity. Yes, I usually do. I usually paint ancient Roman miniatures because somebody bought me a box of 100 of them off of Throne, so I have a very deep bench of ancient Roman miniatures to get through, and it's been very helpful for me to learn how to paint skin tones. I've gotten pretty good at chainmail. I'm pretty bad at everything else. The skin is coming along, but it's still pretty bad. But yeah, I've got 100 of the little bastards. I've got so many of them. There are a couple of things in Infinity that are really defining of it as a war game. One of the things that's really defining, and this is not a big deal for list construction, it's just kind of valuable to know, is that in general, not always, but most of the time, when you do something, your opponent gets to do something about it. If you shoot at somebody, they get to shoot back. That is normal. The normal is not that you get to shoot at somebody and they just have to stand there and take it. The norm is that you shoot at somebody and they shoot back. And that means that you can die attacking somebody else's piece. Yes, the automatic reaction order. It's an incredible mechanic. It is an incredible mechanic. It's really amazing. It means that, like, what it really means is that you are never really not playing the game. It is not like in 40K when you can just like leave the table for like half an hour at a time and just like and just be like, yeah, man, you can just roll my armor rolls for me and it'll be fine. It's not like that. Like, you can react to everything. Yeah, it creates this incredible small unit firefight feel. The game mostly feels like being Cyberpunk Commandos. It feels like an 80s action film about like commandos doing Black Ops. And that's a lot of why. That is a lot of why, is that like you really have to worry about going around a corner and eating a shotgun in the stomach. Like, that's like a real serious consideration. And that's not but the part about this that is really more important, right, is that orders are pooled. So this army list has 4 regular orders. It also has 3 non-regular orders, but we'll leave those alone for right now. It has 4 regular orders. That is very few. So when it is your turn, right? When it is your turn, you spend a regular order from your order pool, and then you move a unit, right? You can move it. You move a unit. You get 2 things per order. Usually you move, or move, shoot. That's like the most common set of orders is move, or move, shoot. Other really common ones are going to be like move objective, move plant a mine, discover shoot is very common. Idle shoot is very common, but generally you will move shoot or move. And so that means that with this list, the ideal turn for it, because there is the Seraph gets a bonus order. Hello, Wea Biscuit. The Seraph gets a bonus order from this rule called tactical awareness. That's what this little red dot is here. That's an order that only the Seraph can use. And the Seraph has a rule called NCO, which allows them to use the lieutenant generates their own order that only the lieutenant can use. NCO allows you to move the lieutenant order to the unit that has NCO. NCO is quite powerful therefore. So the Seraph, the Seraph's maximum amount of juice is that they can take a grand total of 6 orders per turn. That's at 150 points, that is not that bad. Yeah, you can just pass it around. Yes. This is really important. Because this is actually a lot of why it feels like it's like a cyberpunk espionage game, is that you might wonder, like, if you are making a game about Rambo, right, about like a Rambo or like an Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando type of character, who are they going to kill? Right? They have to have somebody who is going to be the dumb, stupid mooks that are sitting around the map waiting to get shot in the head. Why are those guys on the map at all? This is the answer. The answer is that their orders can be fed to other units. That is the answer. Yeah, give all the orders to one unit. That is the most maximalist version of this. Usually, because of the fact that units can be pretty hard countered, there's usually something else that you want other units doing. And one unit can only be in one place on the map at one time. So for a lot of builds, that's like a kind of difference between different types of ways of building armies, is the like building an army where it's like one super unit. They can be like, you can have like one super unit, or you can have a bunch of medium scale units. Like this is like, and there's a spectrum. This is a spectrum. There's different levels of going heavy on one unit. And yes, Quincy is pointing out something very important here, right? So this unit, the War Correspondent is the cheapest unit in the game. The War Correspondent is a 3-point unit, and it's a guy with a really, really, really powerful flashlight. That's all it is. It is a guy with a really, really powerful flashlight. They cannot complete most objectives, They cannot. It's very hard to kill something with a war core. They have not super great stats. The big thing is this flash pulse. A flash pulse, it's like I said, it's a really big flashlight, is what it is. A flash pulse can stun a unit. That means that if you are doing an attack run with a really powerful unit, there is a possibility that your attack run will just get completely stopped by a war core. You have to consider that. You have to take that into account, that you could set up a really, really banger crazy, I am going to shove a super powerful unit right down my opponent's throat and kill everything. You have to consider the possibility that they'll get hit, that they'll get stunned by a flashlight. It is not always the most likely thing, but it can be a valuable thing to have in your back pocket as a not very reliable but very high risk defense. Anyway, so the Seraph is going to max out at 7 moves total. This is not actually that bad because you can take a journalist for another order. Yep. The humble Uber flashlight. Yeah. The journalists are great. I use war cores fairly frequently. And the Seraph, it's worth saying, the Seraph has a couple of things going for it that are really, really good. Super jump jet propulsion is an incredibly generous rule. Super jump is a mobility skill, and jet propulsion is the best version of that. This means he's got a jetpack, right? This means that he's got a jetpack, and it's because it's a Seraph, it's an angel. And super jump 3 inches makes it a little bit better. This is a considerably more mobile unit than it looks. It basically means the first move that it makes is actually 9 inches, not 6 inches. That is really good. That is really, really good. So the Seraph, and because this is but my biggest thing, right? My biggest thing here is 7 is not that bad for the number of orders you can hand into a Seraph, but it is still actually very few. It is still actually very, very few. A normal list at 300 points will usually have 15 orders. That is the norm. And the only reason why people don't take more than 15 orders is because there's literally a rule that you can only take 15 order generating units. There are things like TAC-aware and NCO that can get you a little bit higher, but usually you're only getting to take advantage of a little bit of that. You usually do not get to take advantage of all of that. And the other part of this is that, like I said, units tend to be pretty... So I would say, first of all, you need more cheap... I would take more cheap units. I would take more crappy units. I would say the Seraph is almost a queen. 75 points is really expensive. 74 points is really, really expensive. Usually you are aiming for 20 points per unit. That is the norm. The norm is that the average unit price across your entire army is going to be 20 points. So this doesn't mean you shouldn't take a 70-point unit, but it does mean that you should take more corresponding cheap units. The War Core is actually not really good for this purpose because the War Core's order is like, it's irregular. It's a little bit harder to use. Irregular orders are slightly harder to use. I won't get into the details of that. And there's one more thing. There's one more point I want to make here, which is, this right here is called hackable. So a tag is a mech, is right. A tag is this is a small mech, like a Gasaraki mech or like a dreadnought from Warhammer 40k. These are small mechs. They are, of course, terrifying. They can be hacked. And hacking is something that the opponent can do as a reaction to what you are doing. And so if you have something that is hackable as your main attack piece, you need to think about how you're going to deal with enemy hackers. You have now made it so that dealing with enemy hackers is now a really high priority for you. And just shoot them from outside of range is not a very realistic possibility. They will probably deploy behind some pretty dense cover. Seraphs are pretty good at getting around cover, but hacking reactions are really powerful. And so you have to worry about this. You have to have some way of dealing with that, and everything in this list is hackable. Those are the two big notes that I have about this list, about ways that I think it could be improved. One, too few orders. Two, very vulnerable to hacking. That is basically that's basically my TLDR. It's very vulnerable to hacking. It's very expensive. Those are the two big things. I am going to work off of the Seraph idea because it's what I was thinking about. So there's also some small notes. There are some small notes here that are not like big notes, but they are small notes. A small note here is that the game is at 300 points is on a 48 by 48 inch board. On a at 150 points, it is a 24 by 32 inch board. That's a lot smaller. That means that there is no sight line on the entire map that's more than like maybe 40 inches. And what the takeaway from that is that, let's go over here. Units. Multi-heavy machine gun. The multi-heavy machine gun, its good range band is from 16 to 32 inches. But it starts getting into bad range bands at under 16 inches and is actively taking firing penalties under 8 inches. You are fighting under 8 inches a lot on the small board. You are spending a lot of it is very easy to get inside those range bands on the small board. So this is a small note. It is not a big note. Is that heavy machine guns are clumsy to use in 150 point games. They are not useless, but they are clumsy. And it's much better than sniper rifles. Sniper rifles are really difficult to get utility out of. So, what that means, for the same general concept, right? We're going to start with the Seraph with the AP Spitfire instead. The Spitfire, let's pull up that weapons chart again. The Spitfire is a considerably better weapon at this range. In the ranges involved on this map. The AP Spitfire is considerably better. The other part about this is that the Spitfire profile has an aux bot. You'd rather have shotguns in general, but it's worth the Spitfire is I would say the Spitfire is basically a solid long range option on the small board. I'm taking a break from doing calligraphy. The Seraph is okay in melee, is the thing. It's not great in melee. There are units that are much, much better in melee. There are units that are much, much worse in melee. The other thing is that the Seraph also has this aux bot. The aux bot is honestly pretty good. The aux bot is actually kind of fantastic. The aux bot is actually pretty fantastic. They are very cheap. They do not generate orders, so if it gets killed, that's not a big deal. Well, no, this is not the crab bot. This is the aux bot. Yeah, the crab bot is useful. It's just for completing objectives. The aux bot is if there is a unit that you kind of don't really want to fight around a corner, you can send the aux bot around that, and it has a heavy flamethrower. Being able to just at least once during the mission just make something definitely eat a heavy flamethrower shot is really valuable. Having a one-time you definitely are going to cause heavy flamethrower damage to somebody, because heavy flamethrowers hit automatically. And they're quite scary. They're actually quite scary. You don't use them a lot because heavy flamethrowers do not cause face-to-face rolls, so anything that is using a heavy flamethrower is probably going to die. They go down very quickly, but having a 4-point heavy flamethrower is really nice. So I think that for the ranges involved, the AP the Spitfire Seraph is a considerable upgrade. Number two thing we're going to go for. Where is it? Give it to me. Give it to me. I am looking for Tech B. Tech B. Tech B is our number two choice. This is our next unit that we're going to use. The Tech B has a couple of things going for it. Number one, it is 9 points and generates an order. That's really nice. It is 9 points and generates an order. It is not an engineer, but it does have a gizmo kit, which can heal the Seraph. And number three, it has a special rule called Tag Com. This is a pretty awkward one. Yeah, gizmo kits are not engineers. They can't clear states. The Tech B cannot clear states. This rule right here is really cool. This is a passive buff to your Seraph that will give it dodge. They'll give it +3 on dodge and +1 when it's to healing rolls. This is less important than the fact that it is a 9-point regular order, but it is very nice to have. This is a 9-point regular order. It has really good reactive options. An adhesive rifle, a flash pulse are really good reactive options. Deployable repeater is nothing to sneeze at. A deployable repeater is quite nice. A deactivator is quite nice. This is a really, really efficient utility kit that complements and supplements the Seraph in a bunch of ways that you want. All of these everything that this thing is doing is stuff that you want in this army. Let's just take a look. I just want to take a double look at the adhesive launcher. Yeah, the adhesive launcher, genuinely good. Genuinely good for your purposes. The flash pulse, genuinely good for your purposes. Tech Bs are going to be my number two thing that we're going to want here. Next thing, you had a good intuition here. You had a really good intuition here, but I'm going to see if I've got another option here. Let's take a look here. So I was looking for killing hacker device. So killer hacking device. So the Trinitarian is 24 points for a whip 13, willpower 13 killer hacker with surprise attack and hidden deployments versus the Knight of Santiago, who is BTS 3 versus BTS 0, but it's the same willpower. This is a tight consideration. This is probably the one to go with. You need a lieutenant. I'm not sure what your other lieutenant options are. Let's take a look at the other lieutenant options here. What are our lieutenant options? Hospitaller, I don't like that at all. Joan, I don't like with a tag list at all. Teutonics is not actually a terrible option. Gabriel de Fersen is this is way too tight. Joan of Arc I still don't like. Knight of Justice I don't think is a great option here. Knight Commander exists. Knight Commander exists. It is not actually a terrible option. The Knight Commander is not a terrible option because the +1 order with NCO is actually really good. Knight Commander with I think this might actually be the one I would go with, is the Knight Commander with +1 order. You are functionally, because you have an NCO, your main attack piece is an NCO, this is actually pretty good. And that gets me back to our hacking device, our killer hacking device. We want killer hackers. So this is the thing, right? Is that we've got two options, right? Off the top of my head, we have two options for how we're going to try to deal with hacking. There are two good options for dealing with hacking. One is high mobility, unhackable attackers. Okay? That is one option. High mobility, unhackable attackers. I mostly play Hawk Islam, so I am filthy rich in mobile, unhackable attacking pieces. I have so many options. No. To move first and kill the enemy hackers. A killer hacking device. So hacking, so the enemy can hack you and you can counter hack. A killer hacking device is a particularly brutal thing. It is designed for hunting hackers. It lets you basically hack into their hacking programs and just nuke their brains. You just get to cook their brains. It's a little bit risky, and it's only really effective against armies that are not taking really good hackers. So if you are up against a list that has like some light hacking and you don't have anything to deal with that, your Seraph is in a lot of trouble. But if your opposing army has like a really good hacker, a Trinitarian killer hacker is not going to cut it. Which is leading me to think about some other unhackable options here. And this is going to get scary with military orders. Military orders does not have a lot of non-hackable options. Crociers are one of the... Crociers are on the list. Curators are not particularly good. Raven Eyes are crazy. I don't think me or Sharkray ever play military orders, but I looked at the Raven Eye, and this unit was a windmill slam pick for me. I kind of think like the first thing that I would do with any military order list is take a Raven Eye. This thing is fucking insane. This thing is absolutely goddamn nuts. This thing's incredible. But we'll get to that one later. This one's almost certainly going to go in the list, but I think a 12-point mine layer for 0 support cost is really, really good, is the big thing. This is not a good attacker. It's the same Flash Pulse. Yes, it's the same Flash Pulse. Most of these rules, there are very few rules that are unique to individual units. It's very rare for a rule to just be like, only one unit has access to this rule. A Flash Pulse is a Flash Pulse. An Emerald is Emerald. Yeah, 12 points for a regular order with Mine Layer is really good. That's really good. What's your faction, Sharkray, by the way? Because you're not Rama, right? I don't know who else has tons of flamethrowers. There's a couple of exceptions. Corregidor. Oh yeah, Corregidor. Yeah, Corregidor has a lot of flamethrowers. Yeah, I think the Raven Eye is crazy. Let's take a look at the medium infantries. Crusader Brethren. These guys I like. I like the Crusader Brethren a lot. I am really impressed with these guys. This is actually probably one of the other units that I would take very frequently in military orders. Not because they are truly uniquely good, but because they are doing a lot of things that military order struggles with. This might actually be my preferred solution for how to deal with hackers out of everything, is the Crusader Brethren. I am kind of leaning towards this as the best option. I would probably do this one. It is cheap. Disco Ballers are not universally useful, but they're really, really good to have as an option. I think I would go with the Crusader Brethren. So this is kind of our like, so main attacking piece, secondary attacking piece, support piece, commander, This is an inactive lieutenant. I like inactive lieutenants, personally speaking. Actually, I'm gonna revise this. I like inactive lieutenants, but I think, let's think about this for a second, because this is now looking very tight to me. This is now looking very, very tight now that I've done this. This is now looking very, very tight now that I've done this. I'm going to try to get us up to 7 orders. I'm going to try to get us up to 7 orders. So I'm going to take the EM mine one. I might actually fill out the rest of this with some... Oh, wait, hold on. Here's a unit that we want to use. Fugazi. We want a Fugazi. We absolutely want a Fugazi. We extremely want a Fugazi. A Fugazi drone bot is an incredibly cheap piece. It is the cheapest regular order in the entire game. Military orders is considered a little bit weak right now, and I honestly think a significant percentage of that could be fixed by giving them another Fugazi. They can only take 1 Fugazi. I would take 2 if I had the option for this list. Because it is 7 points for a regular order. It has a flash pulse. It has mimetism. Mimetism is a penalty to getting hits. This is actually making me rethink this right now. Lieutenant. Let's take a look at our lieutenant options. There's no lieutenant remotes. That's not a thing. Yeah, our lieutenant options are really restricted. So I am actually kind of leaning towards what you did before. I think this might actually be the play. This might be the play. I don't know how much I love it, but what this means is that the Fugazi itself, it counts as a repeater. So this counts as this increases your hacking network. And now we're down to 9 points, which is very, very tight. I'm going back and forth on this. This is a bit of a trouble with playing these guys. So Knight Commander +1 order. I want to see if I can get one more regular order. And we don't need to be lieutenant. One more regular order. Hello, Emmerich Draws. I kind of do actually like the order sergeant for this. Oh, this might actually be good. This might actually work out. This might actually be really good. Okay, I think I've got something. I think this kind of works. I think this kind of works. And then where is War Corps? Classification irregular. No, type characteristics irregular. War Corps. Okay. I think this works. Hello, Kango. I think this works as a list. I don't think it's an amazing list, but I think it works. It makes me nervous because I don't like having so many points tied up in one attacking piece. I've done it, but I don't like doing it. It's something I am uncomfortable with. I like having broad lists. But I think this is actually pretty credible. This is an army list for the game Infinity, which is something that I like quite a bit. Okay, I'm gonna send the army code out. I have been getting into it a lot, and Wasteland Mad God made an army list, and I was kind of doing like this was me doing a variation on the list. So this was Wasteland's list before. Yeah, you do learn more from losing than from winning. This was Wasteland's list. The Roman soldiers would be for a different game. There are no Roman soldiers. Well, there kind of are Roman soldiers in this one. This is a sci-fi game. This is a sci-fi game. Yeah, 150 points. You've got to be kind of uncomfortable. This is pretty tight, but I think it's actually fairly efficient. So you have the biggest thing is, I'm going to be honest. I think that the Seraph having. I think the Seraph getting +1 order with NCO. So the Seraph can very permissively, okay, if we're in a very, very permissive environment, you can use the TAC-aware order, the 2 lieutenant orders, and then 6 regular orders, and you can convert 1 irregular order into a regular order using a command token. It's kind of expensive, but it's pretty common to do. This is actually getting up to that's actually going to get a lot of work done. That's going to get a lot of work done. Your big risk factor here, you've got a couple of risk factors here for this. Number 1 is that your options, if your opponent goes hacking, are not great. They are not terrible. The escort sergeant is not a terrible hacker, and you do have 2 methods of extending your hacking network against your opponent that will help you out quite a bit. The Fugazi drone bot counts as a repeater and is fast, and the Tech B has a deployable repeater. So you actually have several ways of dealing with a hacking heavy list that are not terrible. You have 2 aux bots. The escort sergeant and the Seraph both have aux bots. That's really nice to have. That is really nice to have. So if your opponent has a hacking heavy defense, you can use the Tech B to deploy a repeater and then hack it with the escort sergeant. You can use the Fugazi to move forward and then use the escort sergeant to hack. You can, I would not want to, but you could try to do an attack with the Raven Eye. I don't like it, but you can do it. The Emirat is going to be miserable. Emirats will absolutely shut down a hacker. Yes, you do roll to hack. You do roll to hack. And hackers can counteract each other, right? Killer hacking devices are really designed to kill other hackers. However, I don't think that given the expense of this, of the hackers in this list, that I would want to do that at this point level. I think the better option for dealing with hackers is that the map is really small and you have 2 different aux bots that you can do suicide attacks with against the hacker. The chance that they can completely hide your hackers in a way that you cannot deal with the aux bots is not great. That would be my first preference, would be to use the escort sergeant or the Seraph's aux bots to suicide attack the hackers. That would be my first pick. Hackers do not tend to be particularly good at dealing with flamethrowers. There are some hackers who are good at dealing with flamethrowers. They are rare. They exist, but they are rare. You will probably do a pretty good job at crisping them up with the aux bot. Failing that, use the Tech B or the Fugazi or just the escort sergeant itself and just walk into the opposing hacker zone and start hacking and do active turn hacking against them. The hacking program that you'd probably be looking for is Carbonite. Doing active turn Carbonite against a reactive hacker is... Well, actually, no, I think you start with Oblivion. You start with Oblivion, do Oblivion, do Carbonite, you'll shut down their hacker. If your opponent just has a hacking list that has, like, 4 hackers, or has, like... If your opponent, for some fucking reason, took an anathematic to a 150-point list, I am afraid to say that this is kind of the reason why 150 is not treated as seriously as 300, is that this is a pretty skewed list, and it's very hard to make a list that actually has the kind of toolkit that the game is balanced around at 150 points. That's really kind of the final lesson there, is that this... I can think of several things that would still make this list very, very, very miserable. Hacking is the most obvious, but I'm going to grab something here. I believe you should have it here. Here we go. Here we go. This entire list would have a lot of trouble dealing with an armbot bulleteer. You would be able to hack it, so it wouldn't be able to go on a complete tear. But in a shootout between the armbot bulleteer and the Seraph, I think the bulleteer has the upper hand. Because of this rule. Mimetism. Mimetism is a very common rule in the game, and what it does is it applies a negative to your opponent's ballistic skill. So -6 is really, really, really gross. BS 15 is really good. You are probably going to be firing in the +3 range band, so you're firing on 18. The bulleteer would take it down to 6. It would take it down to 12, which is still pretty good. Actually, I did not account for the fact that the Seraph is BS 15. 15 is crazy. 15 is really, really strong. But the bulleteer stands a very real chance of being able to get inside the range band, get under 8 inches, at which point the bulleteer is firing 3 shots on 18s, and you are firing back because it's the reactive turn. If they're getting the drop on you, they are getting 3 shots on 18, and you are getting 1 shot on 9. You having a hacking defense makes a big difference here. So let's put this up to 18. And you're firing on a 9. Let's compare and boarding shotguns are armor piercing. So you're both armor piercing, but you're relying a lot more on that armor. Yeah. Yeah, the armbot bulleteer is probably going to do some very significant damage to your Seraph if your opponent took that. You could set up your defensive network so that you would hack any armbot bulleteers that came at you. That is very possible. It is very possible to set that up. Let's take a look for some more mimetism units, though. Is there a mimetism unit that has... This one's okay. Okay. This guy could kill your Seraph straight up. Konstantinos could flat out kill the Seraph in 1 shot. He has hidden deployment, he has mimetism, he has surprise attack, and he has a Flamen Spear. It is entirely possible that you could move your Seraph across the wrong point on the board, and your opponent goes, hold on, I have a hidden deployment unit that is taking an automatic reactive order. And all of a sudden, you are caught completely flat-footed, being shot with a Flamen Spear, with taking a -6, possibly -9 on your shooting. That is a very realistic possibility. That's not a super realistic possibility because hidden deployment is not that common. But yeah, the Seraph could just eat a Flamen Spear surprise attack. Yeah, turning all that movement into a negative. Your movement, because you're super jumping, you're almost certainly out of cover. So he would be shooting you on like 15. you're getting to shoot back. You're getting a lot of shots back, but it's like one. Let's take a look at this. So 4. You're on 15. Let's just assume you're at it's -3 for cover, and so 15 -3 for cover, 12. 6 versus 1 on like 15. That's a 50-50 chance that he lights you on fire. That's a 50-50 chance that he lights you on fire and does quite a lot of damage to you. It's not a good chance that he kills you, having looked at the actual math, but it's not impossible that you get flat out zeroed by Indigo Brother Konstantinos. It's not something that is very... For a 74-point unit to take the chance of getting shot with a goddamn flaming lance in the face during their own active turn, it is not a pleasant one. That is not the kind of odds that you want to be looking at. This one's arguably worse. Jesus Christ. Heavy shotgun, continuous damage, mimetism 6. This guy would give you a lot of trouble. And the Seraph is not bad in melee. The Seraph is not bad in melee. But let's go grab a melee monster. Let's go grab an actual melee monster. Actually, no, let's go grab a proper melee monster. Let's go grab a proper melee monster. Where's a proper melee monster? Is there a martial arts level 5 in this fucking faction? Okay, yeah, here. Proper melee monster. Actual proper melee monster Musashi. If Musashi gets into melee combat with your Seraph is dead. There is no way in hell. There is absolutely no way in hell that your Seraph is surviving contact with Musashi. It is not fucking happening. He is absolutely 100% going to kill you. It is going to happen. He is going down. I'm going to do the math on this, right? So, martial arts level 5 is really strong. Yeah, +1 burst, +1 special die. So 2 bursts, 1 special die, success value 25. Okay, success value 25. It's explosive, and it's a PS of 4. And let's just give him his armor of 1, as if that matters. And it is going up against a Seraph, which is CC 23. However, with martial arts, I have to remember, so you're 20 versus his 28, and it is... Oh, you've got an explosive close combat weapon too. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Explosive, 4, and what is the other last number I'm looking for? There's one last number I'm looking for in here. I've got martial arts 1. Got martial arts 1, so that actually gets him down to a 25. And your armor's 7, but we have to half it, so it's 4. Okay. So, on average, Musashi is going to deal 3 wounds to the Seraph. The Seraph has 3 wounds. Your Seraph is unconscious. Your Seraph is fully unconscious 70% of the time that Musashi touches her. Musashi is admittedly disgusting. Musashi is admittedly utterly disgusting. Musashi is an extraordinarily dangerous melee combat monster. And melee combat in this game is very, very one-sided. As a rule, the Seraph is a scary enough melee threat to be a real threat to most average units in the game. there are a lot of things I would not want to be in melee with the Seraph, okay? Let's grab one of my favorite units. Let's grab one of my favorite units. Maggie does not want to be in melee with a Seraph. That is a very, very bad day for Maggie. If Maggie is in melee combat with a Seraph, Maggie is very sad. Maggie doesn't even want to be in melee combat with somebody who's not good at melee. If you have a Seraph and you're going up against Maggie, going into melee with it is actually not that bad of an idea. That is genuinely not the worst thing you could do with your time. But if Musashi is on the board, that Seraph had better be playing keep away. Musashi will just vaporize your Seraph. Melee is much less chancy. There's a lot less risk management involved with melee. Melee is a lot of the time extremely one-sided. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. That's kind of the gist of it. Do I want to export list to forum? No. I don't want to export list to forum. Actually, no. Here, let's use the link. I'll use the link. There we go. I'll send him the link. Yeah, the risk of melee is getting there in the first place. That is the actual risk with melee. If you are it is pretty easy to keep people from getting into melee that want to get into melee. I'm not even sure I like Musashi overall as a unit, right? Like, I am not even sure I actually like the guy overall. Fizz 14 isn't that bad, but he's still 1 vitality, 1 armor, 6'4", irregular. He has immunity armor, but genuinely, if I were worried about Musashi with the factions that I play, I would not be worried about Musashi. Musashi has to get into melee, and the chance of him getting shot in the face before he gets there is so incredibly high. It's not even that you particularly need to worry about, like, good gunfighters. It's, 6-point nerds with chain rifles. It's Ghazi Mutawiyas and Kum Riders with chain rifles are going to be the actual natural predator of Musashi. A TR bot, a total reaction bot, is just like such a menace to Musashi. Musashi is a warband without smoke. Oh, I don't even like this guy. I don't even like this unit overall. I do not even like this unit. A smokeless warband. Oh, ow, that hurts. That hurts. What do these fuckers even have? What does JSA even have that has smoke? Weapons, smoke grenade. The Oniwaban. So I like the Oniwaban considerably more than I like Musashi, even though it's 44 goddamn points. Admittedly, a monofilament CC weapon is insane. I actually like this unit. I like this unit. This one I like. As melee monsters go, I like this considerably more than I like Musashi. Oh, they made Togon way better. Togon used to suck a lot. JSA is kind of a mess. JSA is a weird faction. I'm kind of surprised that none of the people who have looked at this game that I'm friends with have been like, I need to play these guys. I actually kind of like JSA overall, but I haven't really updated myself to what they're like now. I will say I do not like Musashi as a unit list option. I do not like this guy. He has his mobility. He is not mobile enough, and he does not have smoke grenades enough to justify being a melee hazard. right? He doesn't have climbing plus, he doesn't have super jump, he doesn't have smoke grenades, he doesn't have mimetism. He doesn't have camouflage. He doesn't have fucking camouflage. As an aside, this is one of the funniest units in the damn game. Just kind of an aside. Yes, that is it's worth saying about the JSA, the Japanese Secessionist Army. The thing about those melee skills is kind of what you are getting out of the JSA is that your opponent has to think about the fact that any one of your units, even pretty bad units, can kill your units in melee. And that is an interesting and challenging movement restriction. That is a really meaningful movement restriction. Is that enough? I don't know, but it is an interesting movement restriction. Sotek, you little bastard. One of these days, Sotek, I'll get to raid you. You little bastard. Hello, Sotek. Hello, Sotek. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am mostly a calligrapher, and I am going to put this away for the second. Thank you for raiding. Raiders. I mostly do calligraphy. I sometimes paint miniature. I have been playing Timberborn and Kerbal Space Program of late. And because you rated, and thank you, Hawk Oddly. Welcome in, Hawk Oddly. Hawk always remembers to shout me out. I have been talking about wargaming, actually. I was actually kind of planning on rating you because I'm talking about wargaming, but I am talking about wargaming right now. Hold on a second here. That is... There we go. There we go. But yes, what were you doing? What were you doing, Sotek? Hold on, let's see if I can... Sotek... Okay, you were doing FF14. Was it Bard again? Was it Bard? Were you Bardin? Was he Bardin? How far did he get? How far did he get with his Bard? The Frill. 50. Nice. Nice. Bardin my manners. Okay, yeah, cute. The of is lowercase, okay. Also, thank you for having an O while I'm writing the script that has the best... I'm sorry, F. This script has the best F. I love the F in this script. But yes, we have been talking about Infinity. Infinity, my favorite war game. I've been talking a little bit about, I don't know. I like the game a lot. I had some very generous raiders, so I decided to drive away all of the new people by talking about my special interest that nobody else cares about. What S do I want to go with? I think I want to go with this S. There we go. That's a better S than I've been doing tonight. You just got the frill. I got my Bard into the 60s. I honestly like Bard. My DPS classes were Bard and Dancer. And I pretty much leveled them off of MSQ. Made Shady, I joke about it a lot because there's a lot of received wisdom about how to stream that I think is just kind of bad advice, to be honest. There's a lot of advice about streaming that is advice for specific streamers. Right, there are things that work for specific streamers with specific contexts, but are not universally applicable, and then people think they are universally applicable, and I like to make fun of this. The big one to me is never talk about politics. I think that is goofball hours. I think that is goofball hours. I love this S. He's on your bad lefters. I see. I didn't really think about that. Yeah, exactly. Never talk about, and it's particularly feels insane as an American, where like the culture war of the United States is so extensive and broad that like everything has a political angle. There's no non-political concepts in our country. It's just so hard. Yeah, like literally everything. It's RF Comos, I think it's a culture, I think it's a generational gap difference. I think that's a generational gap difference. I'm gonna snooze the ads here for a second so we can have a little bit more time with the Raiders. I think a lot of that is generational. I think that even as far back as the boomers, that isn't really good advice. That doesn't really apply. I think that by the time of, I think that I'm wondering if it's like a greatest generation specific piece of wisdom. And I'm actually now kind of wondering if a lot of it is that a lot of the guys who fought in World War II, kind of thought Hitler had some good ideas. Like, they still wanted to kill him. They still wanted to kill the Nazis because, like, there's a lot of things that the Nazis did. And there's a lot of different reasons and ways to hate the Nazis because they're the fucking Nazis. But I think you might not want to learn what your war buddy feels about that. I think might actually kind of be the reason for that. Pay is bullshit. Pay is a bullshit one. Talk about your pay. Talk about your pay. It is literally illegal for your bosses to penalize you talking about pay. And if you talk about pay with your coworkers regularly, that increases your pay. That literally increases your pay. It is one of the biggest things that increases your pay and your job security is to have pay transparency in the office. Pay transparency in the office is also one of the strongest predictors of egalitarianism in the office for women and for black people. You want pay transparency in the office. You want people to know how much everybody is making. Honestly, if my last office had full pay transparency, had full, it was like, I knew we all knew what each other made. We had very high pay transparency. Genuinely, I think that if I worked at an office that had low pay transparency, I would probably start a raffle, and you can only enter the raffle if you submit your pay stub. Like, I would probably do like a weekly raffle for like something kind of nice, and you only get to draw into it if you reveal how much you're earning. No, not talking about pay is something that your bosses are doing to you to hurt you. I kind of get not wanting to talk about pay with your friends because money is so morally freighted for Americans that it can be kind of awkward to have those conversations with your friends. But like, no, it's I think that's an extremely reasonable thing to talk with people about. And certainly your coworkers. Your coworkers fucking deserve to know. Your coworkers deserve to know. But yeah, like I feel like even the boomers talk about politics pretty freely. As an aside, this is what the title of the stream is about. This is what I have been working on. I have been working on making really elaborate P's, capital P's, for a commission. For a commission. Sotek, are you going to bed immediately? Because I'd love to have you come in if you wanted. Totally fine and open talking about how much I'm paid. It's actually kind of interesting. I was more awkward talking about my pay scale when I was making more money. I was more awkward talking about my pay scale when I was making more money. If you want to hop in, I'd love that. I'd love to have a little bit of a guest. Oh, you're going to bed. Okay, never mind. I misread. I thought you said you were ready to, you'd be willing to hop in. Okay. Answer the goddamn question I posted. Oh wait, hold on. You did. Okay, cool. I was getting bothered by this. Okay, yes. Wednesday I will be collabing with Sotek. We will be playing Spirit Island. Genuinely extremely tempting for me to just do Breath of Darkness again. Genuinely very tempting for me to do Breath of Darkness again. I like Breath of Darkness a lot. Yeah, we can bitch about this Wednesday. Yep. And Jack will just be like, I'm here too. Because I don't think Jack likes to talk about politics very much. Actually, RF Comos, it's actually in America, what's kind of interesting is, I find at least, because I'm very East Coast. I'm very like Midwest and East Coast. Also, Ethel Wolf, pleasure to meet you. It's more embarrassing to be one of the wealthier people, I have found. If you are making significantly more money than your friends, it can be quite awkward and embarrassing. That has kind of been the way that it feels to me. Yes, good night, Sotek. People should check out Sotek. If you want to know about Warhammer lore, Lore Master of Sotek is the guy. He is the guy. Sorry, this is why somebody rated me last night. But Lore Master of Sotek is the guy. He is the guy. I know so little about Warhammer lore. He knows so much. I know about I like war games as a game design space, but I don't really think about them too much as like cultural products that much. Lifelong East Coast. Interesting. I would describe myself Comos. I don't mind talking. I don't want to give actual numbers for a variety of reasons. Again, see, like I'm kind of awkward about it. I was on the less wealthy side for my town, for where I grew up, for my geographic region. I grew up in a pretty wealthy region, and I think my family qualified as middle class-ish. Sotek's a fantasy guy primarily. Sotek is primarily a fantasy guy. Sotek literally earns a full-time paycheck off of being a lore master. He is functionally a beta reader, for a professional beta reader for Warhammer. I was functionally a servant for a lot of the wealthier families in my area. So when I or my other friends who were from kind of the less nice part of town made more money as we got older, we were pretty awkward about it. Because we had gotten used to having a set of cultural norms where everybody was fucking broke. That was kind of my experience on that one. But we were definitely not like compared to like the rich kids, it was very different. Those guys had very different. You're in 119. That's a pretty normal amount to earn as a software engineer. It's high for Americans in general. Our median household's like 60,000 something. So you're significantly above average, but you're not insanely high. But yeah, it was like the cultural norms kind of changed, and like the people who earned less money were kind of seen as more authentic and more real. So you kind of tried to like edge around it when you like were doing well. We are going to ads. I'm going to use the bathroom. I might be a little bit longer because I'm a little bit hungry. So I might make myself a little bit of a snack, but we'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Yeah, Kango, that's a very fair way to put it. And it produces obviously like this additional level of like frustration and complexity where you have to think very hard about you know, what do we call that? We have to think very hard about sorry. I probably shouldn't be streaming for too much longer. I might actually halt raids now. Because my throat's starting to feel it a little bit, and I'm streaming, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so I should pace myself. I should pace myself. I should pace myself here a little bit. Let's try. I'm just gonna try something weird here for a second. But yeah, people. It's particularly confusing because Age of Sigmar and fantasy are kind of that have very different lore. So we're talking about, you know, AOS versus, and I don't know what the deal is now. This is like something I just like genuinely do not know, and I might ask Sotek about this. Of like, can you use Warhammer Fantasy battles and can you use Warhammer Fantasy battles and the old world interchangeably? That's something I just like genuinely flat out do not know. I should probably be trying to make sure my hand is more often in the camera. I'm like in like the very bottom left in a lot of these. Yes, kind of, right? Yeah, that's what it's designed for, but like, is it actually? Because like in World of Darkness terms, right, there is New World of Darkness, and then there are two competing Old World of Darknesses, right? There's 5th edition and 20th anniversary edition that are competing with each other and not actually compatible, and different ones are better at different things. So there's actually now three. There's actually now three Old World of Darkness. There's actually now 3 World of Darkness lines for everything. There's now 3 vampires and 3 requiems and stuff like that. Not even including the fact that like you can have Requiem 1st edition and stuff like that. Like it's such a mess. Not everything is supported though. Okay. I'm going to say make a kind of hot take here. One of the phoniest fucking controversies that I've seen in a gaming system is the controversy around Bretonia. This is the phoniest shit on the planet to me. It really bugs me. As a person who was a Warhammer Fantasy Battles player, it was a really common meme in Warhammer Fantasy Battles for years that they should just discontinue Bretonia. That's like a really big one. They should just discontinue Bretonia, and it's not worth buying Bretonia miniatures because they're just Warhammer compatible Victrix miniatures. People said this a lot. People said this a fucking lot. And then, like, they don't support Bretonia going into Age of Sigmar because it was an extraordinarily unpopular faction. And then now all of a sudden people get mad at it. People are just being mad about change. Yes. I am... It is hard to sell me on the old world. I will say, I'm just going to be... it is hard to sell me on the old world because I played Warhammer Fantasy Battles and... I did not like how it worked in a lot of ways, and a lot of the stuff that people were nostalgic with stuff that I don't think was actually there. And I'm very picky about rank and flank. I am very picky about rank and flank. It is a miracle that I like Conquest. But rank and flank I kind of am like by default like slightly hostile to, and so I'm like pretty pretty bullish on Age of Sigmar on this one. Also, honestly, a lot of my encounters when Age of Sigmar first came out was a lot of hostility that just made no goddamn sense. There's a lot of really, really incoherent, nonsensical hostility to Age of Sigmar when it was young. There was one really, really, really good piece of hostility to Age of Sigmar that I think was extremely justified. Which was... This is very funny to me. When Age of Sigmar first released, the rules for matched play... the rules for matched play were just like... Yeah, first edition, the rules were terrible. The big rule that's like, just like, what are you talking about? Was that the rules for match play was, for like how big an army should be was just like eyeball it. Right? Like just eyeball. Like it's you and your opponent just like don't worry about it. There was no points or anything like that. It was just don't worry about it. Yeah, just vibe it. Just vibe. Which is terrible. It leads to, it's so much, that's so much more complicated than giving people just point costs. That's so much more complicated. If you want people to have a war game that's like casual, where they don't worry that much about points, just do what Saga does and just make it so that you have like 5 points as an army. Just make it so that the points are incredibly small, so they don't have to think very hard about them. So there's not like a lot of room to think. But like you need it. You need something that makes it possible for like players to tell like what is an appropriate size of army to face against another appropriate size of army. Like it's so much easier to do that in advance than to ask the players to all do that individually. That was extremely stupid. But even then, like Age of Sigmar 2nd edition, which I never have gotten the chance to play, but I've read and I thought it was pretty good. I thought by 2nd edition we were talking about a pretty good fantasy skirmish war game. Like, sorry, bud. I just think this is pretty good. Hello, Icarus. Oh, hey, what are they doing with... I'm actually kind of curious what they're doing with Cathay, because there are two things that in fantasy settings always kind of like raise my caution level. And that is, we're doing Egypt and we're doing China. Those are the two things where, like, when RPG and fantasy settings decide to do that after not making them an early part of their setting, I get really worried. I get really cautious. Have a good night, Hawk. It was a pleasure to have you here. I always like seeing you around. So thank you for stopping by with Sotek. Have a good night. Have a good night. Okay, that's fair. Mummy the Resurrection. Mummy the Resurrection's so bad, man. Mummy the Resurrection's so bad. Kindred of the East is also like the second worst thing in all of World of Darkness. It's so frustrating that Mummy the Resurrection is bad because it really has like the one sentence pitch for it rules. The one sentence pitch for Mummy is actually fantastic. But like the actual rule book as it is experienced is dreadful. It's unusable. I would even say. Let me adjust the camera a little bit. There we go. There we go. Yes, that's exactly right, Kango. Kango and I are in full agreement here. Me and Kango are just like, just this is the both of us turning the key on the device of mummy bad. I may as well explain what the hell's going on here. Mummy the Resurrection is like Vampire the Masquerade or Werewolf the Forsaken. You know, it's a rule book about, you know, playing supernatural monsters in the World of Darkness setting. In this case, mummies. Mummies are actually cool as hell, as monsters go. Within the World of Darkness set of monsters, they are actually cool as hell. What makes a mummy work is that a mummy is sustained by a cult that periodically wakes them up. And you do not remember who you were before you died. And as they wake you up more often, you remember more of your life. So the mystery of who you were and what you did. Very cute, Mr. No Talk. Also hello. The mystery of who you were and what you did and why you are here is something that has to be revealed through play. And you don't get to just do whatever you want, right? Like, you complete your mission as a mummy and then you go back in the tomb. For who knows how long. For who knows how long. It's very episodic. This is really cool as an idea. This is really cool as an idea. It is actually just not playable as a game. Like the rule book is so badly underwritten and half-baked and stupid that that one sentence pitch is better than the entire rule book. It is almost impossible to make it worse. Which makes it extremely funny that it is probably the third worst World of Darkness book. I have a really hard time saying that it is worse than Kindred of the East, which is just so racist. Kindred of the East is just so fucking racist. And then the special Hall of anti-fame honor for Beast. Beast is the worst one. Beast is terrible. There are some minor splats that are arguably worse. Like when they made rules for bestiality for werewolf. Yeah, I love it. Kindred is so bad. Fucking Beast. No, there's plenty of monsters that are great playable characters in the World of Darkness setting. Yeah, there's a hard R on East, considering there aren't any R's. That is what it is like, Icarus Broken Mold. That is actually what it is like. It's so bad. It's so bad. No, there's plenty of monsters in it that are fantastic. Promethean and Demon are incredible. Promethean and Demon, I feel like in order to enjoy them as games, it's really worth house ruling them a lot. But I really think they're very good. I could have lived a semi-normal life if I had never learned about Beast. So true. So true. Beast is so terrible. Beast is dreadful. Let's think about this a little bit more. This could have been sharper. There was the werewolf book that was about humanizing Nazis. That one's pretty bad. Yup. Yup. Yep. I think, was it the Vampire 5th edition book that was so racist against Georgia that they got banned from Georgia? There was a mob. Yeah, anything with the Giovanni is just kind of cringe. It's hard to be like mad about people being racist against Italians like that, but also it's just like, oh my god, this is embarrassing. Yeah, I did forget. I did forget Wasteland Mad God. I did forget. I did forget. It was the country. It was the country. It may not have actually even been Georgia. It may have been something more obscure like Chechnya. I was like, why did you bother getting racist against Chechens? Why did you bother with this? You're Swedish. You're Swedish. Why are you beefing with Chechnya? I read a pretty good joke today, speaking of talking about politics on stream. I read a pretty good joke today that the Supreme Court is the Vatican of the United States is simultaneously a true statement in 2025 and also a completely deranged take by the most racist 1890s Protestant who just got in trouble for trying to classify Irish people as mold. I'm Irish. I'm allowed to make these jokes. That's a Whig Party statement right there, yeah. That's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah. Deleting my hero mouth. Kind of like this effect, but I don't know if I'm going to use it here. It has the bog. I don't know what bog butter is. I've never heard of that. I'm Irish American. I'm a plastic patty. I know the lyrics to like 3 IRA songs generously. Realistically, too. I pretty much I've pretty much got come out you black and tans and I can kind of do foggy dew. That's about it. It's incredibly racist. It's honestly kind of remarkable considering that like D&D is incredibly racist, but the ways it's incredibly racist are different. not nearly as open, right? I believe so. It's yeah, like Gygax was a pretty racist boomer. Hello, Eevee Cakes. Hello, Eevee Cakes. Thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. I actually kind of like first edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's like a much simpler and stupider game. And my biggest problem with D&D from like a writing and design, from like a game design perspective, is I think it's obscenely too baroque. It's obscenely too baroque. Yeah, the raccoon is back. Baroque, yeah. Overly complicated. Oh, hold on. I'm covering up the camera by accident. Overly complicated. Overly complicated. There's too much crap. Yeah, you just played it, got worse stats, yep. Closer comes to playing a tabletop games, playing Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just, I will say Made Shady, it's, from my own perspective, I find it's more frustrating when you are having to do all the calculations yourself. When the computer isn't doing anything, and you are just there. And it's not really the calculations. It's not really the calculations. It's the legal arguments over what is a grapple, right? It's the lawyering that gets me. Okay, and yeah, that's the part that drives you insane. Yeah, the Thaco is just kind of unintuitive and just like kind of poorly written. It's not really that big of a deal. It's the like, and it's this is like definitely getting to like the kind of crank shit that drives me a little bit nuts. Is like, you got like important stats in second edition where stuff like bend bars checks. Just a lot of annoying crap to keep track. Fatal is funny as hell. Fatal is ridiculous. Fatal's terrible. Fatal's terrible. Yeah, Ben Bars is his own stat. Yeah, that's true, Quincy. It's the alignment thing is something that people tend to focus on, but it's, you know, Gygax had some really regressive views. Oh man, I only read the main books. And like maybe one supplement. And the only one I can remember the supplement for is the ones for Promethean and Demon, because I actually got into those systems enough to give a crap. The morals proceed from the need to create a playground where players can conquer and carve out. Yeah, I mean, it suffers from a problem that I think is common in almost in dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of types of fantasy fiction settings, which is we need to have a pretext for the players to just be allowed to kill people at will, but also have lots of freedom, right? We need them to have lots of freedom, but also to be allowed to kill people basically at will. And it turns out that that's, in a war game, is a little bit easier because you have the pretext of there is a war going on, right? Like Napoleon is conquering Europe, right? Napoleon is conquering Europe is like a pretty basic one, right? We're replaying the Battle of Bosworth Field. You can tell what YouTube channel I've been listening to lately. But when they're role players who have lots of freedom, and it's like, okay, you've got the freedom to negotiate with everybody, and the people you're talking to, the orcs and whatnot, they're all sapient, but the game is really just set up for you to just kill them all. If you actually negotiate with the Goblin King, like you're actually kind of a problem player. You know, you're kind of actually being a dick if you're like being like, hold on. What if these orcs have a good point, right? Like, Okay. How I sleep at night knowing all my enemies are ontologically evil and nothing I ever do could be unjustified. Yeah. The kind of like hot take I guess I've got here is that I think we can kind of take a stretch break here and then probably call it before the next ad break. How much time do I got before the next ad break? 20 minutes. Okay, I've got time. I got plenty of time. And stretch and fix my back a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the thing that, like going to Quincy's point about, like, the alignments, one of those things that I've always thought was really funny was that as an old at this point in my life, it's just, like, I cannot figure out how you make lawful good a coherent perspective. And that's, like, supposed to be one of the big perspectives, right? Like that's supposed to be, like, a big, canonical, major perspective in the game is the lawful good perspective. And it's kind of just like, this just sounds like an evil person, right? This sounds either like what a true neutral person, or this is actually just an evil person, and I don't know what we're doing here anymore, right? Like, that's kind of how it always struck me, which I really don't think is their intent, right? That really seems like not the intent. Just previously decided that he makes some evil and EXP pinatas for players. Yeah, yep, and also hello, welcome in adders. I might need to actually read the fucking 5th edition rulebook, because my experience is I played a lot of 3rd edition. And then I kind of branched out into other games for a while, and then when 4th ed came out, we played it a little bit. Me and my team played it a little bit. We played it a little bit, and then it was just kind of like, it just didn't have the verbs to do what we wanted. And this isn't even like a really strong critique. The game is set up to do something. And it wasn't set up to do the things that we wanted to do. Thank you for the watch trick, Emmerich. We actually liked 4th considerably more than we liked 3rd. It's just that, like, we were comparing, like we liked 4th more than we liked 3rd, but then we had to compare it to, like, Apocalypse World and Dogs in the Vineyard and Polaris, and it's just like, oh, this is so empty. And it's the fundamental thing that it's trying to do, right? It's a much deeper problem than. Yeah. Fourth is very much set up for note cards, right? 4th is very much set up for note cards, and it's. I don't think that that's intrinsically a problem. I actually kind of think in terms of what D&D was trying to accomplish, I think it kind of did the best job. But what it was trying to do was stuff that we weren't really that interested in. We tended to play very talky games where violence was really striking and rare. That was how we always wanted to do it. Was like violence should be something that is striking and unusual and rare. And the much bigger question is stuff like, philosophical and social questions is what we kind of wanted our characters to be working through, rather than like, can you roll high enough? The entire layer of D&D that is about optimizing combat is something that I was the only person in my entire gaming group got any joy out of at all. And I would much rather play a war game. That's actually the real problem for me with D&D, is that D&D to me feels like an unfortunate and awkward compromise between... I feel like it tries to be both improv theater and, Infinity or Saga. It tries to be both of those at the same time and does a bad job at both. That's how I feel about it. That's like my ultimate feeling about D&D. Political maneuvering can matter, but like my favorite campaign that I ever ran by far was Wanderhome. And Wanderhome is about itinerant beggars. Is about itinerant beggars that are traveling between different locations and learning... No. Is about itinerant beggars who are wandering across the world and learning what they actually need in order to feel comfortable settling down. These are people who are not homeless because of economic strife. These are people who are homeless because they felt emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually uncomfortable staying still. And it is about trying to figure out what they can do about that. And if they want to, right? Like, if they want to. Absolutely the best campaign I've ever run. The other campaign I ran that my players really liked was Promethean the Created, where we ignored a pretty large percentage of the rules. Promethean is a game about you are a Frankenstein monster, and you are trying to become human. You are trying to ascend to mortality, because you are sub-mortal. You are under mortal right now. Our Promethean campaign was like 75% like trying to figure out what made people tick in various ways, right? Like, I would set up NPCs. That were weird in various different ways. I kind of set up a post-apocalyptic setting, right? That was kind of like where I set up in like post-apocalyptic United States, and a little bit like Fallout-y. Not like full like retro futurist goofy Fallout, but like the world, more like, I guess, The Road, more like Cormac McCarthy's The Road. And it was still like a world where like people had cities and stuff like that. It was not fully like depopulated, but it was considerably more rural, and there were no like national level institutions left anymore. So like there was a nuclear power plant. And because one of the characters was an irradiated Promethean, there was a nuclear power plant, so it was very important to them. And the nuclear power plant was run by cults. Was run by cultists, right? It was run by a group of cult. It was run by like a fucking like cult of the atom, and so the players infiltrated the cults and learned about how they operated as a cult and like why humans would want to hide knowledge and what the different motivations for like hiding like highly useful knowledge are. And they learned about the ways that this was like upsetting other people around them. And then they just bailed, right? Like they didn't actually like solve the cult's problems. They didn't wipe out the cult and like put in like a new governing institution. They're like, we got the knowledge about humanity from these people we wanted. Bye. I think they probably left it in worse shape than they found it. I think they like they definitely left. Yeah. I don't think they fixed anything. I think they made it worse. So but that didn't matter. The important part was that they learned. The important part was that they learned. This is not a game about fixing the world. It's about learning, right? It's about learning. You know, these guys had important knowledge about radiation and about humanity and about secrets and about how you form cults and what it means to have a community of people who hide things from outsiders. Like, it was cool. It was cool. That was like what they needed. That was what they needed. My favorite arc was one where there had been a serial killer Promethean that had killed a bunch of children, and like the children and ghosts and all this stuff. But really what they did was they just paid attention to the grieving parents. That was what that story arc was about paying attention to grieving parents. And learning about grief. Very cool game. Very, very cool game. So I think you can probably see that if this is the type of game that I've run that I thought was like a good game, why I kind of don't vibe with D&D. And it's not that I think nobody should ever play D&D, but I do think that D&D is actually kind of a niche product rather than like a primary flagship product. I think that D&D should not be people's first introduction to role-playing games. I think it is actually a really difficult introduction to role-playing games. I think something like Apocalypse World or Dogs in the Vineyard is a much better introduction. I think Fiasco is very difficult to beat as an introductory game. I think Fiasco is a fantastic introduction. Every person I've met who had Fiasco as their first game became an incredible role player. Every single one of them. Fiasco is incredible for that. I think that, and a lot of it is just like, I don't think D&D gives you a lot of, like I said, I don't think that people shouldn't play it. I think people should play things that are easier. They should play things that are less complicated. And I also feel like different RPGs serve different fantasies of what you're trying to play. And D&D is it's a little bit fuzzy on what that fantasy is, right? So like if you want to be doing bank heists, Blades in the Dark is so good. Blades in the Dark is so good. And the amount of rules challenges in Blades in the Dark is literally just, there are a couple of skills where it's not really obvious which skill you're supposed to roll. Hello, Spark Hoodie. Hello, Spark Hoodie. That's really about it. Okay. It is 4 a.m. I think that it is time for me to wrap up. I know you just got here, Spark Hoodie, but it is, I cannot use that as an excuse to wreck my sleep schedule. Blades in the Dark is super good. Blades in the Dark is super good. Okay, folks. This is the schedule for the week. Tomorrow I'm planning on playing Timberborn. Unless I go crazy and decide that I want to play Kerbal Space Program or do something else entirely. I don't know. I'm leaning towards, I don't know. The extent to which the beavers have their grip on me is weaker than it was a week ago, but I do kind of want to do Timberborn. Wednesday, 9:30-ish. That's 9:30-ish. They're actually going to start at 9 p.m., But I am not going to land. I don't think I can land out on time. Because I've got work. I've got a work meeting today. The 7th is International Beaver Day. That's really good. Oh, Spark Hoodie Fiasco is super fast. You can teach somebody Fiasco in like 5 minutes. Fiasco is really easy. Blades in the Dark is the one to read up on. Blades in the Dark has an insane setting. Blades in the Dark is extremely rewarding to read up on. Read up on Blades in the Dark. But Wednesday is going to be Spirit Island with Lore Master of Sotek and Jack Nyko. It's going to be on one of their channels. We haven't figured out exactly who. Thursday, mini painting. Thursday is mini painting. And then Friday and Saturday, I'm off. Friday and Saturday, I'm off. I have writing to do. I have commissions to catch up on. You're not seeing me Friday and Saturday. Probably. Unless something bad happens. And I need to pick me up. Because I usually feel better when I stream. Streaming makes me feel good. Streaming is my reward for putting up with other crap. Okay. Kind of. It's more about thieves than about assassins. It might not be that good for you then. I still think it's kind of good to check out. Then maybe you won't get much out of it. Not everything's for everybody. Do check out Apocalypse World then. Check out Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World has the best DMing chapter in any game. The Apocalypse World DMing chapter is like genuinely really, really useful, even if you're not playing Apocalypse World. Check out Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World rocks. I think it's the best made RPG of all time. The main competitor is Firebrands, and I am the only person who thinks this. I am the only person who thinks that Firebrands is the best RPG ever made. Firebrands is so good. Okay, so Discord. There's my Discord. There are my socials. I'm barely active on them because social media is dumb. I think I missed a day on my YouTube uploads. Shit. My last 2 days have been terrible, so whatever. I'll go do some YouTube uploads very quickly. If you are not subscribed, there I am. If you are subscribed, there I am. We're going to Eldra Echo. She is a friend. I rarely get to raid her, and she's raided me many times. So let's go over there, say hi. Sexy older lady, does lots of roguelikes. Yeah, no, it is a heist game. Don't bother with Blades in the Dark. Broken Mold. Don't bother. Apocalypse World is somehow Fury Road before Fury Road was released. It's completely insane that game is older than Fury Road. I don't understand how this happened. But okay, yeah. Check it out. Have a good night. Love you all. See you in, I don't know, 12, 15 hours.